That one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this what's happening. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next, number one, numero uno, front page in the news, yeah, now you know. For the win, blood, sweat, tears in the gym, harder than the rest. Where should I begin? From a little youth, I had a burning desire to be the best. Get no one out my fire. Told me I would lose, that man was a liar. Look at me now, to the top, climb higher. Skyrocket to the top, can't stop it. Must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We gon' keep winning, how you gon' knock her? Y'all gon' be sick, no doctors. You better recognize who the winners is. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next, number one, numero uno, front page in the news, yeah, now you know. For the win, blood, sweat, tears in the gym, harder than the rest. Where should I begin? From a little youth, I had a burning desire to be the best. Get no one out my fire. Told me I would lose, that man was a liar. Look at me now, to the top, climb higher. Skyrocket to the top, can't stop it. Must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We gon' keep winning, how you gon' knock her? Y'all gon' be sick, no doctors. You better recognize who the winners is. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next. Win is all I wanna do. Work hard, how the dreams come true. Teamwork, teamwork, make it through. Practice, practice with the crew. I'm a real player, on the field slayer. One game at a time, I'm the hit maker. We will grind all game, I will heal later.
Waiting for them. Do they dare step? Do they dare venture? Oh, lovely. And something! EDG hours, but they're all reloading! Correct. You might think this is an immortal 3.
Platform. Gonna get the buy round. Go high B still.
Might start out the top. Lines him up again and again.
再来吗？干嘛？我死角对人，这边又是顶上面的一波。
Flex hill, flash back hill to the corner, looking for Felix for the ace, and he has it!
B サイト。どうだ？スモーク越し。あ、A サイト寄っていきながらキルを重ねていく。滅最後の一人は4名。This is the check. go in.
Nice.
He does. Oh,
Come
the
on.
transfer, that 30.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Flag to a ball and just keep going!
Coming, they know! Zeta are ready for it, but is that going to be enough? Flash out from Marco, 1 and 2!
Duzu already fighting Mappy. Hold on, hold on. Oh my god, Serena!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Spotlight Series VCT Pacific Edition. I am Achilles, here with Riku. Riku, we've met a couple times across the years, but first time casting together, and it is a pleasure to have you here alongside me.
Yep, incredibly honored as well. Really excited to be here at the very first Spotlight Series in Pacific with mixed genders competing today and the rest of the weekend as well. We already saw day number 1 yesterday, Achilles. We got teams with points on the board already, but some not just yet. So that's what I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, and that could very well change, but a couple teams looking quite strong after yesterday. Some decent fight back, especially in that second series. But this trend that we've been seeing, I'm curious if it's going to continue into today, which is this 7-1 start, which we saw on all 4 maps that were played across the series yesterday on. Early dominance on display. And it seems like maybe a couple of these teams just needing to find their stride a little bit more, and then we start seeing them heat up across the board. But a 3-map series, also something that has eluded us quite just yet, but maybe here on day 2 we'll be able to see that. Here's the tournament overview, though, for any of you who are just tuning in for the first time. If you missed yesterday, we have a single round robin. All teams will be playing against each other across the first 3 days, and then on the 22nd, Sunday, we will have a best-of-5 grand finals with the 2 teams that are standing out above the rest. We've got Zeta Division, we've got Paper Rex, we've got Global Zipto, and we've got DRX.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the RXs. We've got, of course, yesterday we saw Global alongside Zipto. Some of the Pinoy players already showing what they've got. So, again, just a lot to look forward to here, Achilles.
Yeah, they were looking great.
Yeah.
Global Zipto, I think, coming in hot, maybe looking even better than a lot of us could have anticipated, but Poppy in particular was very much on fire. But here's what's on the line: the glory of just being crowned the champion, as well as some nice little prize money. So 20k USD to the champs, 15k for the runner-ups, 10,000 there for third place, and then 5,000 for fourth place. So everybody will be getting a piece of the pie. It's all about how big of a piece are you going to be able to get.
Yep, indeed is going to be the question. And honestly, we did see a bit of preview, just as you said yesterday. It is a lot on the line as we get to see the bracket. The format is indeed single round robin, and we did see the pattern of not only the 7-score start, but as well as the 2 O's. We haven't seen a map 3 just yet. It has been incredibly dominating, and a lot of Ascent on a lot of these series, and very understandable. It's a classic.
It's a classic, and I think that especially when you're coming in, you're playing in a new environment, you got some new faces alongside you, that's just going to be a spot where everyone goes, right, well, we all understand how to play this map. So let's keep going towards Ascent. And I don't think that that's necessarily going to change, but off the rip, you saw it right there. We have Paper X versus DRX, the El Clasico in Pacific. So that one's going to be kicking things off. But we also do have, of course, our tiebreaker rules laid out, given that this is just a single round robin, no sort of elimination. So it's going to be the head-to-head scores into map differential, into round differential, and then round wins on your opponent's map pick. So we've got everything nicely laid out, a bunch of fallbacks, so we shouldn't have any iffy issues where we're wondering, like, well, who actually does go into that grand final? So we should have all of our bases covered. But as mentioned, Paper X versus DRX off the rip, and then we will get to see Global Zipto once again. I like Global Zipto. I think calling them that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
But GEXP otherwise going up against Zeta Division, who weren't able to get that win yesterday, but we did see some fantastic highlight moments from the Zeta players. I mean, Serena continues to be absolutely astounding.
Yeah, exactly. So looking forward to Akko as well as we take a look at what happened yesterday. And it all started on Split. It was incredibly, incredibly close. I believe the final score of this was, 13-11. But at the end of the day, it is, again, global ZETA being incredibly dominant in this in this map and as well as the next.
And that was after, 9-3 half start on that split to be able to come back through. You know, that 7-1 trend continued, but it just felt like Global ZETA always kind of had this just understanding of what to expect from Paper Rex. I mean, Crystal was putting up fantastic numbers throughout as well, and I assume it was eye-gelling for the team here. But, I mean, the Sheriff Ace into just many multi-kill rounds across the board. It was a great performance from them. And then we got over into the DRX ZETA series. Similar, slow start, you know, fast start rather for DRX, slow start for ZETA, but then started to run things back over time.
Yeah, it felt like it was just such a difficult wall to start a breakthrough, and DRX was just going ham everywhere. And when we move on to Haven in as well, Flashback, again, such a scary player to deal with, especially when you have to find a site and then you just find him there.
Yeah, just run away. Just get out because you found the boss. It's like wandering into an area in like Elden Ring that you shouldn't be in yet. You haven't collected enough souls. You have no clue like how to fight this boss. Just get away and go to a different area. But Flashback, he was ever present. We did also get to see some really nice step up moments from Athen, who I think in some of the other off-season tournaments that we've been seeing here in the Pacific side, you know, he's had his ups and downs, and it looked like he was very rock steady in this set. So DRX were able to close it out. As we mentioned, 2-0s yesterday, but now what can we get between these squads as we get DRX versus Paper Rex? Here's our players for DRX.
Yeah, again, another incredibly, we talked about Flashback already being one of those, raid bosses, final bosses, things that you really have to take into account for. Of course, as well, Human, we get to see him really, you know, shine as the duelist as well yesterday. So I'm really, really excited to see how both of these players are definitely going to, you know, have this very big, high impact against PRX. Because PRX yesterday didn't have the best of times, especially when they went up against Global ZETA on that Ascent.
Yeah, and I think that for Paper X, they're probably going to find themselves having similar potential issues just because there is a ton of firepower here, much like there was on Global ZETA. Not to say that Paper X doesn't have the firepower. I mean, they're running something Jing as well as Forsaken on that roster. But it felt like once the ball got rolling for Global, they weren't sure how to slow them down. And that's something that is, you know, that we're not used to saying about Paper X generally. They usually are pretty good about being the ones commanding the pace. But DRX, with this kind of newer lineup, especially with Hyunmin here as the tip of the spear, they have been the ones dictating pace a lot more, you know, and pushing aggression a lot more since they've made these roster swaps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we look at his performance yesterday, right? On, I think it was was it right? 49 kills. But let's take a look at his setup over here. You know what's so funny? Big coincidence. We have the same DPI and Sense.
Do you have the same results in your games?
I can't
I'll tell
say
you what,
the same.
I've tried
I'm
copying
sorry.
some pros. It doesn't work for me.
It doesn't.
It absolutely does not. Couldn't think of a name, so just chose my legal name. I mean, hey, that's totally fine. We got plenty of people like that. But Hyunmin, off to a roaring start. I mean, we had so many aces, just yesterday. And Hyunmin was one of the ones able to pick one up there on that Ascent. Curious to see if he's going to have a few more of those in the tank here now that they go up against Paper Rex, which we can zoom in on the roster here as well.
Yeah, of course, cannot forget about Paper Rex. Another explosive RX over here on the Spotlight series. And of course, alongside that, we have Tara and Kohibi. We've got Kohibi from Boba, from Team SMG, and as well as Tara from ZETA as their shot caller of their team. So I'm really looking forward to see, you know, these anchor players set it out and be that big stronghold on some of these sites. But of course, really looking forward to the Jing and something sort of explosive duo that we didn't get to see just yet yesterday.
It was a hot start. That 9-3, everything was looking good.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, they're just gonna plow their way through this one, just brute force it with the firepower of these three players. And then Global started making really good adjustments, and we started seeing the struggles of really understanding where players were going to be coming from Global ZETA. And getting a read on them, it seemed like was kind of the big fault point for Paper X in that series, because they were constantly getting caught off guard by these flank timings that were coming through. So it was really well piloted from Global ZETA. So Paper X, now that they've gotten that one match out of the way, we'll see what the adjustments look like coming into today's series. But do I need to say anything about this? Raise is my comfort pick. This is not new information for anybody who knows Jing. Maybe this is, though. You can take a look at some of his statistics in settings if you want to try to replicate these. 1600 DPI. Pretty insane, if you ask me. But we know what Jing is capable of, and it's nothing shy of insanity at times.
Yeah, I really love it. Singaporean Rays player. Yes, that is indeed Jing. And we get to see him on the Phoenix in as well. I do believe it's one of the interesting changes that they've done with the patch notes for this agent. So I'm really looking forward to see him aside from the Rays, the other agents for sure.
I mean, we saw them mixing things up. We got to see, a couple little change-ups in the role, but I think for the most part, we can pretty much anticipate Jing's going to be playing things like the Rays, Clove, if it, map depending. But then if that Pearl does come up, that Phoenix will be in play. And if I'm DRX, I might be a little bit fearful of that, because very few people can run the Phoenix the way that Jing does. But taking a look here at our Vito, Haven off the board, Split gone. Paper X elect to go to Sunset. This is an old classic for them, very comfortable overall. Even without, the full standard 5-man roster that we're used to seeing in Pacific. Seems like they still want to go there, but we mentioned it, Ascent. It's there for DRX.
Yeah, I feel like we might see a 100% pick rate over here on this tournament itself. Play what's comfortable. Everybody knows how to play Ascent. Sunset as well. I really like this pick as it does play similarly to Split, so it might be a little bit in favor as well of PRX. So Bind as the final tally over here for if we do reach a map number 3. I want to see a map number 3.
We haven't yet, and
Yeah,
I
not
think
yet.
Bind would be a pretty awesome one to have the showdown on here, because both teams have run some very different compositions in the past. Just talking about the core players that we do have from the main league. So I'm curious to see what those adjustments look like, and I'm also curious to see if Paper X just fully adapts the same composition that the 3-man core is going to be used to playing, and whether or not they just kind of add that Sage into the mix, that Omen sticking through, and still just running the same kind of slowdown compositions with those Sage walls.
Yeah, that's true, especially with, the Sage changes indeed, especially if you want to get rid of such an explosive sort of duo, if they do go with the Rays, with the Jet, maybe even the Neon despite the changes. I feel like this doesn't necessarily stop some of the Neon picks that the players would love to put onto these compositions, but I don't know, who knows? There still could be a lot to expect, and I do want that Sage. I do want that Sage here.
Yeah, I mean, even with nerfs on the horizon, I think going
Yeah.
for the Neon, not too bad. I mean, granted, the Paper X, they were, we go all the way back, rewind back to the AVL last year. They were still playing Jing, rotating into the roster, even though they fully anticipated that he was not going to be able to play anymore. So they're definitely willing to play around with a couple different things. And it's also worth noting that Coach Alex is not present at this event, so they actually have their manager who's going to be trying to guide them through and course correct if need be. I've elected to go with DRX. I think that Hyunmin's looking very, very explosive, and Paper X still seem to be finding their footing as far as just these timings and whatnot. So I don't know, but what do you think about Paper X coming to this one, Riku?
Well, for me, I feel like after the match that they did against Global ZETA, I felt like they've already learned, they've already ironed out things that needed to be ironed out for this match. So that's why I'm choosing Paper X.
Okay, well, we'll have to see. It's a short turnaround. I think DRX got a little bit more momentum coming in behind them, but Paper X still a lot to prove. And they definitely, even in a tournament like this, do not want to be taken down by DRX. They've avoided that for quite some time. But let's go ahead and get this party started.
DRX.
Alrighty, and taking a look at what we have here, it's going to be some key differences, especially in the Paper Rex camp. Forsaken going to be there on the Neon, something on the Sova, and we get Jing Deadlock.
This is, yeah, this is incredibly spicy. Not a surprise, again, that we're going to be seeing the Neon despite a little bit of nerfs here and there, but I do love seeing this Deadlock on Jing. And, I mean, on attacking, you're able to at least sort of set up. You've got your annihilation. A little bit hard to aim, not gonna lie. But at the same time, it's really very high impact when the time is right. I love the Phoenix, though, on the other ends in as well. So, I don't know. I love both of these comps, Achilles.
All right, well, I'm very curious to see, as we do have the players on cam, how they are going to be piloting these ones coming into it. As similarly, Hyunmin on that Phoenix, not where we thought we were going to be getting a Phoenix from.
True.
But I'm okay with it. This is kind of shades a bit of like ZETA Division in the past, where they were having Dep run it, but they do have Athen there on the Raze as well. So decently big changes for the side of DRX, but looks like barriers are ready to drop. So let's get into the action, see what we got.
Gonna be a stack onto B. Just a one trip fire just to slow them down, but it's gonna be a market stack, so might be a bit of an angle as Flashback gets first blood.
He's doing it again, finding that first blood here on the map, flashing into Forsaken's face, slowing him up. This wall here in the way as well. Classic shots across the way. We'll be able to spot out Yomain. Not being removed here as Flashback's able to find a second kill before getting taken down on the cross. Gunman finding one side in the back though. Forsaken coming up with 3. Utilizing those neon slides, and that's going to be Paper Rex getting themselves on the board with a pistol round win.
Yeah, beautifully done here. They all started with this big envelopment from that B main stack, and afterwards, despite Flashback getting that first blood, it didn't matter. It was Forsaken getting a lot of multi-frags, and even though he's out in the open, he's still able to keep himself safe and just deliver a lot of frags off of that round.
All right, well, overall, a solid start here. Forsaken just going to be 3 charges away from having that ult online. If you can have a little bit more impact, convert this round, maybe we see that come online in the bonus. Much slower start, though, here from the side of Paper Rex. Just slow creeping 5 players forward into B lobby. It's only Flashback hovering nearby with the cam set up in market. We'll be able to get some spot outs, but rotation immediately begins here from DRX. Looking to try to be able to flood back in, put these sheriffs that they do have in the hands of the 2 players to work. This camp gets cleared out, nothing spotted in mid, will be walled off to no consequence.
Yeah, it's going to be a Boba entry here for this retake, but it is that eco as Forsaken already creeping slowly but surely.
Jump peek. Relay bolt into the corner, the slide forward. Forsaken able to find the first 2. Tower with covering fire, picking up another. Draws down with the ghost. As Forsaken gets himself another 3K, now suddenly it's only Athen to see if he can be the difference maker. To try to stop this from being a flawless round, and he cannot. Forsaken will collect a 4th and final kill as Paper Rex get the flawless in the anti-eco.
Yeah, round number 2, Overdrive already online for Forsaken. Really big 2 rounds in a row for him, and with a stinger to boot as well. The RX should be careful. So take a look at that replay again. Beautiful relay bolt, sliding in. Just very, very difficult eco on the side of DRX, and Forsaken with a 4K is just going massive.
Now that Overdrive could absolutely come into play. Firepower leveled up a bit here from DRX, but a couple half armors. A judge there in the hands of Athen. Sat over at A, but once again, Paper Rex looking to just play B simulator.
A does not
Poking and
exist.
prodding forward, seeing if they spot anything. Shock Dart will clear out a trip.
There is another trip over here at the entrances as Human will play Crossfire from the market player. But I like this from PRX. They're slowing down. They know they've got the guns. They want to get that first pick first and get that info.
Young man being pressured out here, trying to hold his ground. Swings back across the opposite side, getting tucked into the corner. But Drone's going to be able to spot that out, and he's down to 6 HP. There's a slide forward. Overdrive able to find the first kills. Youngman eliminated. Forsaken once again on a heater as Paper Rex look to get themselves a bonus conversion. Plant now coming through. 3 players left, and with 1 player having a judge, the call to save might have to be made nice and early here.
Yeah, it is. The round just felt like it was over in the blink of an eye, but they're going to try.
Oh. Athen is able to find Kohibi there from beyond the grave with the paint shells. Yome able to pick up another, but now it is just Ache left alive. 45 HP, slowly drifting back, but do they choose to go towards the spawn side? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. Correct decision, given that we know that Jing is on the hunt, on the prowl, making his way up in towards top mid. Tucked onto that left-hand side. Minor angle to play around. Looks like for now, maybe safe in case. Unless Tara, rather, pushes out in towards the spawn. Looks like wanting to find that kill, but shot's going to just be a hair off there. Recon cleared out. Now just trying to hold on to the weapon. Desperation, and the spike will actually come to the rescue, but the swing around coming through from the side. Tucks back around the corner, and the weapon will be recovered. Narrow margins, but Paper Rex, they do get themselves a bonus conversion.
Yep, that's going to be 2 rifles being converted. Paper Rex, once they enter the site, it does feel like they are able to get these very important frags. And after that, it feels like it's a 3-man retake versus 5. It's going to make it very hard for DRX to do that, but we'll have to see. Over here, Paper Rex, off to a very good start.
Very good one indeed.
Scanning ahead.
Upgrades across the board. Everybody full util, full armor, and nearly full cash. The coffer's getting stacked up here. Weapon will be passed over to Hyunmin, so it does have that carried over rifle in hand, but once again, Paper X setting their sights here on B.
Take flight.
This time it's a bit
tripwires to try
more
to clear out, but here comes the drone.
Nonetheless, it is a Nico. Clearing it out so effectively.
Still there, blinds connecting onto a few. Terra able to find the first slide into the back of sight. Forsaken taking that Ache. 2-man advantage here, person advantage, I should say, for the side of PRX, and now they're going to expound on that even further. Just Athen and Flashback left standing, backpedaling away, desperately trying to spot anything out, but ultimately they're going to have to try to die to the spike here. Curious to see if they can do any damage, or if it's just going to be yet another flawless here for Paper X. Athen, Bucky up close, but it's a double stack here in Boba. If you can clear out the one, recovering a weapon, doing further damage, unlikely. There's the first elimination, though. Weapon does get scooped up. Pain shells to clear close corner. Forsaken looking to disrespect that, and just slides across and finds him with a headshot. Looks for a little bit more. Flashback will be able to put him down. But good lord. Forsaken just keeping the pace, keeping the aggression. Flashback keeping it a little bit contentious. But it's a 4-0 here for PRX as we get ready to go into the next buy.
Crazy stuff from Forsaken. That was definitely a nasty shot still. And a huge
He's
lead on
11-1-1.
Yeah, he
Make
is.
a wish, Riku.
Good question. I have nothing to wish for at the moment. Do you have something to wish for, Achilles? I want cake later. Or that, yes. That's a good one.
Or at least a close series. I can settle for that.
Yeah. I agree. Oh, this time? Maybe it's just a ruse. You think it's gonna be A?
Just a ruse, it seems. Still the slow creep up here into B. It's a deep cut reference, but Paper X have been studying the works of Holy Moly from VCT Korea 3 years ago.
Right here.
But maybe a rotation out. Maybe not. Maybe there is a change in the game plan here as they want to further sell this B site, so something stays behind. Just really instilling doubt here in DRX as the drone comes forward. And this is great to see because this is what was lacking a little bit yesterday. As Showstopper at his feet, Athen able to take down Forsaken. And look at that movement. He is out scot-free.
Wow, takes 2. Very healthy Hyunmin though.
He was spotted. Unaware that I think they had seen his shoulder. There's something catching a glimpse, relaying that to Jing. So kill does get scooped up.
Annihilation available for Jing. But nonetheless, elbow still not clear. Something lurking on mid, maybe trying to find a pick, perhaps from market, but they're keeping themselves intact. DRX does not want to give out any kill whatsoever and give advantages. They already have the advantage.
Push coming through. That annihilation is online. I'm able to, okay, dance around that. Wide swing out. Athen going to be the one that finds the kill there onto Jing. Yome will take down one, but Terra fights back, finding 2 eliminations here. His Flashback is still on the rotation. Ping does get a little spot out there onto the Omen. Gonna 1v2. Tara faking the TP, staying sat here. At the back of sight, slow creep up. Flashback working his way around. Does have that neural theft, but isn't opting to go over towards the left side to find a corpse. We'll just be playing out here through the alley, clearing out every position. Tara repositions now. Aligned alongside the smoke to push forward. Just trying to flush this out. Reads it well, and that's enough of a distraction for Flashback to swoop in on the flank. Kills found. Diffuse comes through. DRX will get themselves on the board here in round 5.
Yep, Ache pretty happy about that kill. She see her smile, having to get DRX as well. A first score on the board after a 4-0 start coming from DRX. Felt really close, but again, that pre-fire inside the smoke was really scary for the side of Tara. Still Annihilation on the table to still be utilized, but it does feel like B seems to be working out for PRX. The moment they decided to go for something else, DRX was ready for it.
Time to go back to the B side.
Yep, it's time.
Maybe some contention in mid, though. 3 players swing out. Forsaken just going to be taking some space over towards tiles, trying to catch any kind of glimpse that he can over into market, maybe clear out the camera, but that will remain intact for now. Drone to check. As looks like Forsaken just saying, okay, you can dart me, but I'm going to take down the camera.
Fair trade,
All
flashback.
of the getting tucked in.
Yeah.
They found my wire. Cage triggered.
Cage is now going to be popped. Net avoided. Flashback not getting caught by that. Gunman does have the run it back available. Stunned up here for the moment. Tucks back in towards market. Looking to try to take some space here onto the side. Forsaken and ends up getting gunned down. Kill going to be found. And looks like Annihilation ends up going wide. Spray across as Ping Reveal comes out, but Gunman ends up getting overwhelmed. He's able to fight back for one. Drop down here from Ache, finding a nice time to be able to eliminate Tara, but something. And Quaipe is still alive.
I have the spike.
Spike not in their hands, now picked up. HP bars across the 2 players, absolutely in tatters. Something is now the last one standing. And Yome will be able to swing around the back. So DRX starting to claw their way back into this one, still suffering some heavy losses and don't have a great economy behind, but they now make the gap down to just 2 rounds.
Yep, it's starting. DRX is slowly firing up, and they were really prepared for that B hit. Again, flashbacks, tripwires were placed a little bit more further in, so it was one of those mind games on how Paper X can actually dig deeper and find a lot of these tripwires, and they definitely took advantage of that. We'll have to see now. Still a couple of guns on the side of Paper X, but got a half buy. It's a fast execute here, Achilleos.
Looking for it, but they do end up getting gummed up just a little bit. Slowed down as Relay Bolt. Ascent just kind of pinning at them here into the corner. Shockguard to try to flush him out. Gets a smattering of damage. Pin shells to hold him at bay. Yome swinging the corner. Is able to take out Forsaken. That's a lot of the entry power now going to be removed from their hands. See though as they continue to try to press onward, but Jing is going to be taken down. Actually finding our footing, just planting feet, finding headshot as Hyunmin now with that run it back as he's trying to find any more value and will be rewarded. Tara going to be taken down. Now something. Last one standing. Pinned into a corner. Spike in hand. Try to see if he can fight his way out of this, and so far, he's off to a decent start, but still has eaten quite a bit of damage. 45 health remaining. Flashback on the flank, getting ready to swing the corner. Spots him, and we'll find the headshot, and suddenly we're only separated by 1 singular round.
After that 4-0 start, DRX again has found their groove. Even though it was going to be a fast A execute, they weren't able, or rather Paper X was able to find first blood at that first important pick to clear out Elbow. DRX, on the other hand, very happy about that one for sure. And they still got surplus of ultimates to carry over on this round.
Yeah, in a very good spot. Didn't have to commit too much there other than that run it back. So the neural theft, I mean, Flashback has had this online for some time, but just hasn't really felt the need to invest it quite yet. It's paranoia to start things off. Boombot going to go off. Forsaken eating some damage as he just tries to fish for any kind of elimination. Spray across, actually able to go ahead and put a little bit of additional damage across, and sets up for Athen to go ahead and get the kill. So Forsaken eliminated. Drone forward will get the spot out here, but no real way to try to get a punish here onto the Rays. Now time on their side. Repositions can come through. Athen just sliding back across, trying to check. Spot out as Yome's just rushing forward, but it's snappy to readjust for the headshot. Will get put down as that net does connect, but the boldness to just rush in like that and find the headshot was damn clean, as was that readjust from Athen. Whiffy on the spray. The headshots, though, accurate, and Jing is looking to follow suit. The Sheriff here in hand, but just a little bit too much damage dealt. The firepower not quite there. Athen with a huge round will get DRX up to 4 as we are now tied.
Yeah, I feel like Athen is such a huge problem. If PRX decides to keep pursuing this A hit constantly, he's been a nuisance. Guarding the flank, having to push through mid if they go through B, and now even going through these sites, the multi-frags, the shots were so precise, and Athen now has a party over here for sure, and it's going to be really scary if he's left alone.
It's overtaken, climbing the leaderboard in kills here. Showstopper once again online form as well. It's going to have to be a concern. As for now, Drone leading the way. Something trying to spot out what he can. Flashback just trying to dance along these walls and has eluded capture so far. Spray through, trying to get the punish here. Forsaken, able to go ahead and try to slide back, but Hyunmin goes on the push. 92 players flashed up. Annihilation is rolling through, pulling him forward. No one's clearing it out, so Flashback ends up dying, and suddenly this round starts getting away from DRX. The Showstopper is going to be overwhelmed, and DRX ignoring rather that Annihilation ultimate ends up costing them dearly. Rotations coming through already here. I don't think they necessarily realized that the spike had been left stranded within the site.
Yeah, amongst the chaos, there was just so much going on, trying to get this 1v1, 1v2 rather. We'll see.
There they are.
Con ping onto 1. Position widely can be noted, and oh, I don't even think the ping came through. I think that was just a spray as the cage was getting ready to bloom, and something is able to find that final shot. So 2 players surviving. PaperX, they break this 4-round win streak that DRX was on, and they get an immense amount of ultimates out of them. DRX fumbling this round is going to be quite costly in the long run.
Yeah, it did feel like that was DRX's round. You had Hyunmin having a double beautiful 2K, but you, just as you said, it is that Annihilation getting Flashback, having to sort of bait them out onto main. Unfortunately, Ascent wasn't able to get that kill with a Showstopper.
PaperX finally finding an antidote for DRX's Venom. Now we'll see. DRX are going to be able to evolve. Once again, get a read on what PaperX are doing. Athen holding forward. Boombot to try to check. Potentially in a punishable position. But manages to draw down the Bucky pass, and a Paranoia to try to cover here. Sent out from Yome, but the kill is still going to be found. So Athen ends up falling. A 1-for-1 at the end of it all. Duelists being lost on both sides. But DRX still have another with this Phoenix and this Phantom in hand. That's going to be the lion's share of the firepower here for them. Yome desperately tries to escape, swings back into the smoke, goes back in for the challenge, and Hyunmin already dead off cam as Terra is able to find the headshot there. Flashback finding a weapon, swings out, will be able to pick up a kill, but still does eat a decent amount of damage, and now is all on his lonesome.
Unless
Finds one more, but eventually something will be able to fish it out. Flank was coming through as well from Jing. And PaperX get themselves to 6 here on the attacking side.
it's getting really close. It does feel like after the first layer of that defense, Athen especially onto A, does feel like PaperX having to attack on that site felt a bit more doable afterwards. But I guess it is a bit of a broken buy earlier. Now DRX has the firepower, but not necessarily on the ultimate side. Maybe one more orb for Hyunmin on the run it back, perhaps, over here onto B. But I'm not sure if they want to contest any of the orbs for now.
Once again, slow and silent start here. Puncher's Fury available, though. Something, if you can get a recon ping or a drones forward into the site, get the spot out, trying to eliminate Flashback off the rip. Would be a big boon for them to go ahead and continue getting these wins locked in. Forsaken in deep, gets quite a bit of damage across. Hunter's Fury still fishing, though, and Flashback will get caught up by that. It's getting taken down. Hyunmin again, dead. As it's just 3 players left standing. Drift across the way here. Yome able to spot out onto the enemy side. Rip finds that kill. Re-swings, looks for the adjustment. It's actually going to be Terra coming away. 3 eliminations now. Athen caught unawares as Jing looks forward from Market into Boba. And that's PaperX now up to 7, looking potentially at an 8-4 half.
Yeah, Terra pumping up the heat there on these consecutive rounds. Super important. Especially having to whittle down the numbers to deny any sort of clutch potential. Let's take a look at that again. Triple for Tara. And the final kill by Jing. PaperX now back in the lead. They still have to deal with the run it back. And as well as a couple of these important ultimates. We haven't really exactly seen Yome use the ultimate just yet from the shadows just yet, so we'll have to see how that's utilized.
Full stack. Athen down to 10, just a stinger in hand. Just playing back, waiting to try to see if we can find value out of the pain shells to slow up the approach here. Drone coming through. Sends it out, but shallow bounce, nothing widely going to be spotted there. So Paper X able to just patiently wait this out as the relay bolts the fast lane, now going to be sent in. Shotgun from something, able to bounce his way into the site, finds the elimination. Hyunmin sent back there off the ultimate. Still alive in the mix, but it's a monstrous advantage here for the side of Paper X, who look like they're going to fan forward, pushing their way across in towards mid, trying to be a little bit more unexpected here. As Forsaken finding one, slides across for looks for a little bit more. And we'll be able to go ahead and get the final shot across and put down Hyunmin. Spam through the box. 4 players left standing. Paper X get themselves an 8-4 half.
Very, very clean coming from the side of Paper X here. And what a dominant start. First half for Paper X. 4 round gap as we take a look at the replay here. And it just seems so seamless for Forsaken, especially once you've dealt with Athen.
Yep, nasty stuff here from them, but we'll go into the half. We'll see you guys on the other side. Alrighty, time to resume. Get back into the mix of things. DRX down by 4. Solid recovery. It's Paper X, they streak 4. DRX streaks 4. And then Paper X streaks 4 more to go ahead and close with the half.
Felt like full control. Now we'll see how good the defense is. It's a 3-man stack over here onto top mid. There's no one daring to peek unless Flashback has something to say about it.
Alright, back away just before the peek out would have come through.
Mm-hmm.
Set up here from Kohibi on the site. Shock Dart not going to be able to clear the singular trip that we see set up. Looks like DRX, though, making a call to slowly drift over towards the A side as we have Flashback and Hyunmin on a little bit of an adventure together. Cane Shells to draw some further interest, and that does get a shift out of Forsaken and something, but not a huge one. They're still sat back in a good pivot position where they can quickly look to flood back into another site, but looks like the call's been made that they're fully trusting this is going to be resting on the A site. They have the barrier mesh set up on B. No information in mid whatsoever. So now they spotted a couple players. Flashback able to find one. The slide forward, but Forsaken gets his head taken off as Flashback finds 2 off the rip.
Beautifully done by DRX here. Things are falling down like dominoes on the side of Paper Rex, but something wants to even the numbers. That's no.
Okay. Was looking scary there for a moment. They stuck there, no HP, caught by the net, but the rest of the team swoops through, so will be DRX tying things up as far as the pistol wins are concerned. Getting started nicely here on this half, and granted, this is the half where we suspect that DRX's composition is going to have the most impact. They are running double duelist, so as long as they're able to continue to up the pace, catch Paper X off guard by changing up their approaches to these sites, this could very well be them running it back and taking this map. But Paper X, pretty much every player I'd say has certainly had their moments. The firepower is on display, so we'll see how they pilot the defense as well.
Yeah, that's very true. I like this from the side of Paper Rex as well, having to do that early scan, see if they want to feed more orbs onto Hyunmin, because it's going to be run it back after run it back, and now they're in side B.
Alright, well for now, for approach into the site, minor damage taken, Paranoia at the ready here from Yome to stave off the flood. for the moment. Looks like it would catch on to 3 players. Monster's Value sends it out. Forsaken, the tip of the spear there. Going to be go ahead and clipped off. Countering Paranoia. Not able to find too much here. As it's looking pretty clean overall for the side of DRX. Maybe a flawless in this anti-eco, which would be a huge boon for them on the economy. Seems like something in Jing, very well suited, very well content to just sit back at this point, wait for the spike to detonate, catch anybody on the exits if possible. As we can see, DRX, they are going to go ahead and retrace their steps, rotate back over towards their spawn, and get out scot-free.
Yeah, everything being carried over onto the next round, and we're going to be expecting a lot of these orbs again being funneled over to Hyunmin here on this Phoenix. Run it back over, run it back. They might go through this this A orb, perhaps. They did try. Paper X did try to contest with their 3-man defense over there with the scan, but nobody was there. Nobody was home. So we'll see now if that's going to be the same strat. Nope. It is going to be something in on mid.
All right, fanned out a bit, and looks like maybe a pause. Let's see what that leads to. As okay, it is going to be a tech pause, so hopefully quick little adjustments here. Could be, I mean, no, everyone's playing online for this, so could be something as simple as ping, reconnect to the lobby, yada yada yada. But if we get any word on that, we will forward to you guys to keep you in the know. But first time working, as I mentioned earlier, first time that you're working with me, Riku.
Yeah.
Welcome to hell, because I seem to be very cursed with this, but this seems to be a quick one. So
there you go.
Okay. Maybe the curse isn't taken, it's not taking stride quite just yet.
I hope not. I would continue to not be, but let's see. It is a stack on to A. Will this be a fast one? No.
Eagle peaks, Paranoia Ascent gets the spot out. Decent tag on Athen. Solid damage found for only really catching a glimpse of the raise before he bounces back around the corner. He's still going to continue to push up. Flashback in the meantime, tucked away here in mid. Does not get spotted by the drone.
They're so pushed up here.
Holding the angle. And, well, he will finish what he started. Athen, first to fall here in the round. Smoke gets set up, and spot here, but comes a re-swing. Demon in the meantime, back over, clears out market as Jing gets taken down. Now things going to be a little bit more complicated for Paper X, given that they've lost control of the mid part of the map.
Now Hyunmin has already penetrated through mid, but DRX has other plans. They're going towards B. This is going to cause a lot of confusion.
Now something knows the position. Hyunmin reading this well, suspecting that there was going to be a pinch from that Boba side, sends out that curveball and does manage to get himself out to safety. Wall raised as well just to dissuade any further chase coming through into mid. And he'll now look to try to control market. Flash going to be turned away from, but Hyunmin still able to find the headshot. Forsaken going to be taken down, and now the heals start ticking up.
Here we go. It is still a 4-man hold as Hyunmin finds the third. Finally falls though, so it's a 2v3. Still a bit doable for Paper X. The time is ticking. They don't have a lot of utility. 0.
First, something able to find that kill, but does get dinged and will get eliminated. Yome going to be the last one standing here for DRX, but that is a bonus conversion, and DRX has all the money in the world to buy up going into the next round, so this might just be us getting tied up 8-8. Ult still not there. Curious to see how much Forsaken's going to look to fight to try to get an ult orb to maybe have an overdrive going into this next save.
Not to see. Might be a to be the more doable orb for them, but it is a stack, so they got to be careful. But DRX, 1 point away, 1 score away from even, and Hyunmin does have run it back, so PRX has to watch out for that.
Forsaken on the sprint, just runs him down with a bucket and he's out.
Going
He's
back
still just making noise. He's
Yeah.
just buying space as Jing just casually picks up an ult orb. And no one from DRX flinches off the back of that. Absolutely insane. Drone does turn back. Y is there for something. Gets the spot out as overdrive is going to be popped. Forsaken able to run down another player. Actually, now the one falling to the wayside is that's going to be the 2-player advantage. Now 3 here for the side of Paper X. Looking to pull off a little bit of a thrifty here. Flashback. However, answering back, throws out that neural theft. It's the ping reveals, but only has 15 health. A lot of pressure here going to be on Yome to be the one to deliver.
Blinding.
Spot out is there. Paranoia will go through. That does kind of reveal the overall presence here of the Omen. This flashback will look to try to control market.
Open plant for Yome here. Where do you want to go? Now you're stuck
Timing.
here. Yep.
Has 2 teleports though. Can relocate. Will go ahead. TP across. Back over in towards B main.
Enemy remaining.
Push forward. Gohabi going to be taken down now. It's all on Tara.
One
Bringing
enemy
some of these
remaining.
rounds to push forward. Finds the first. Flashback now. The last one remaining is another smoke blooms. The tap onto the spike. The slow creep forward. Just dancing around and snapping to readjust. Tara keeps herself alive. Keeps Paper Rex afloat. And helps deliver a thrifty victory here to maintain the lead. What a clutch.
Beautifully done by Tara. First half, we've managed to see her be very impactful in a lot of the mid rounds. A couple of multi-frags as well. Getting to see this clutch at the latter ends as well. It felt really, really close. The isolation, the reads, the instincts, it was all there.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll say for some oopsies in the the first half at the beginning, dying to the spike twice. The run back from Tara since then, it's been damn clean.
This goes here.
13, 11, and 8 at the moment. Basically tied for second place on the squad as far as the fragging department is concerned. DRX though looking to try to reestablish their economy. Everybody's going to be relatively broke aside from Yome if they lose out on this round or lose too many weapons. It's going to be that run it back you had aforementioned here. Riku leading the charge as Hyunmin gets his way in towards the site, just clearing out these trips, searching for a target, but none widely going to be spotted.
Over there.
While Flashback slowly lurking up in through mid. The net, oh, ends up getting beefed a little bit, but Jing will do better to be able to find the kill, but Gohabi does end up dying during that exchange. So 1 for 1 on the Cyphers.
See here, still very doable retake. They've got a lot of utilities under their belt.
We take it down for a second with the slide in, looking for the transfer there on the Yome, but can't quite find the kill. Something does manage to put it down, but now 2 players left, something on his lonesome. 2 shock darts available. Slowly creeping forward, spotting him out, readjusts, and they all basically line up. Something bails them out of the round. Another clutch coming through as Paper Rex will get themselves up to 10.
It's all becoming, it's all boiling down to all these 1v2s. Paper Rex, just as you said, first on the double digits. They even get to carry on over important ultimates as well. They've got Annihilation. I just love seeing Annihilation. I don't know why. But that's a timeout. The first timeout we're going to be seeing in this map today. Very understandable. Double digits already. And especially it might be a broken buy coming into round 18.
Yeah, I think especially these last 2 rounds kind of for DRX feeling like these narrowly had gotten away from them. So timeout will be called to look to readjust, not let Paper X advance further towards that map win. But as you mentioned, the economy is not going to be in a great spot. Maybe just the singular hero rifle reinforced with, widely sheriffs is what we're kind of anticipating here, but we'll see what the call ends up being and what they're going to be able to afford. But plenty to discuss here with just 20 seconds remaining.
We'll have to see, indeed. I mean, Paper Rex, they feel like they've got it all figured out after DRX's initial push. They decide to just try to play retake as 4, as 5, and not be threatened by any of the run it backs or either of the showstoppers. Play a bit more, defensively when you hear a lot of these ultimates, and you don't have to really take them on. So they do have that ult advantage. So I'm looking forward to see how they can convert that to 11.
Shortcut. Shock it.
Well, this is just going to be sheriffs across the board. The singular Vandal here in the hands of Hyunmin. Just Fury available on both sides. Quick peek flying in the mid. Nothing going to be spotted there. As Tara so far forward, so unexpected. Takes out Hyunmin, and that's that weapon now on the ground. Does get scooped up, flashback. Making sure that they can still try to utilize it here. As Tara will be noted on the opposite side. Two peekers across the way. Forsaken here to reinforce, but flashback goes ahead, finishes off the enemy Omen. Swing out, spots far too many targets. And opts to back off for now. Not much space has really been afforded to DRX here. They will still have to cross out into the open if they want to continue to attack here into this A site. So they're going to have to widely challenge for this position. Weapon scooped up. Cage buys them a little bit of time. Drone leads in, spots him. Yummy on the swing, going to be taken down. As now the Annihilation going to be sent out, gets the grab onto one. Athen going to be caught here with blast packs in hand. And we'll just have to wait out the timer as Hache just gets dragged to her demise. Jing with a 3K puts Paper X up to 11.
Crazy stuff. It was a tile stack. Surprise, there's what, 4 members on the side of DRX, but then they drone in and they see just almost every PRX member is on that area as well. It just exploded after that Annihilation. It was basically that green light that Paper X is waiting for, as they have been revealed, and only one ultimate used on that round to convert. And Paper X close to that match point already, and DRX, they may have the guns, but they have to deal with Hunter's Fury as well as from the shadows as well.
And the Neural Theft from Kohlheim is just 1 charge away. So plenty stacked against them. Paper X, Alt Economy, very much on their side. Athen would love to have this showstopper online. Tripwire staring him in the face here for now, as Shock Dart will be called in to go ahead and clear it. Given that it's smoked, though, something probably suspecting that there's going to be a player in this position a bit more than he otherwise would, and he'll just send out his own recon, play off his own util. Athen dead once more. Henman now spotted out. They still have this trip, and he just slides across and puts down Ache. Not catching a break here, RTRX. Swing out something, able to just drop down off the top. Plants his feet, finds the shot. Tara swinging through, draws down fast enough to get the headshot as well. Paper X now in full control. The economy from DRX is in absolute tatters.
Yeah, the economy, the moves that Paper X is showing off right now, the individual movement, rather, from Something, Forsaken, everybody, Tara as well to finish this round off. They're definitely on fire, and Paper X is just, you know, trying to set up for this 13th round win.
Looking like maybe a pacey hit. 3-man stacked up from Paper X, ready to try to intercept here at A. As the barrier drops, Relay Bolt coming through. Forsaken sliding forward, getting the spot out. Does end up eating a full flash, but he's got the cover. Sets up the wall. Up and over the top. Athen now dropping down. Gunman's able to find one, peeling off some of that pressure. Tara finding one, something with that Hunter's Fury, able to take down Ache. Suddenly we're in for a 3v3. Showstopper, however, online. Neural Theft as well. Available as Flashback works his way over and will be able to invest the ult. Spot out on the 2 players behind. Something alone on the site. They're going to try to overwhelm here, but Something still manages to keep the numbers equal here for the rest of his team.
Now, CB2, Kohlheim does have that Neural Theft of her own as well. So if they do want to get this 2-man retake, it's possible.
Where is everyone hiding?
The Neural Theft coming through. Yome having to reposition. Tucks back behind cover. Pushes forward though, and oh, gets the spray transfer. Getting down Jing and Kohlheim. So map not yet over. 4 rounds needed here from DRX to take us into overtime. With 1 player surviving, it doesn't do great here for their economy, but they're still able to survive and hang on.
Yep, definitely what matters. It all started over here on that A tussle, and then eventually it is a lot of trades all over the place. Just that beautiful spray transfer by Yome. Overdrive available for Forsaken on towards this round, but they do have to worry about that showstopper. They seem to be want to go in. They might go fast here onto this B execute for sure. It's already stacking through. A little bit of silence first though. And here comes the paranoia.
Well, thinking about it, looks like the call is to go ahead and save it for the site itself.
Fire in the hole!
A hell of a lot of util set up here though. Sonic sensors, both sides tripwires set up. They have made this an absolute maze for these players to try to navigate, but Athen able to find one. Forsaken not quite sure he knew where he was at and where that rocket was coming from. Does end up getting taken down. Condart up over the top. The ping out going to be spotted here. The readjust something. White swings out. It's that kill, and now Jing in the meantime, he's just wreaking havoc. Shock Dart here at their feet. Gunman trying to hold the line, trying to keep them afloat. But it will be Jing with the 4K to go ahead and bring this map to a conclusion. So 13-8, Paper X will get their first map win here in the Spotlight Series.
Jing and Something at the very end with a lot of these multi-frags. Able to, you know, despite, you know, Forsaken being taken out of the equation very early from that showstopper. No overdrive available from that round, but, you know, Jing and Something, they definitely got that.
Very nicely done. I mean, red hot start here from Forsaken. Continued for the most part throughout the entirety of the map, whereas DRX, we had some moments from Athen, but Wiley was contained. So PaperX doing well to just go ahead and slow down this double duelist approach, make sure that they're not finding nearly as much value from that setup, and be able to just go ahead and gain advantage after advantage to close things out. So we saw how streaky both teams were able to be at times, but PaperX just a little bit better on the reads and the adjustments.
It was the four back and forth from the first half of the round. It looked really good, especially the beginning. Hyunmin as well when they were starting the streak. Athen as well being able to be, that great gatekeeper of A. But after that, we didn't get to see too much of the explosiveness of that double duelist. It did feel like PRX was really constricting a lot of the space that DRX wanted to take and to win these rounds, especially towards A. They just really enveloped the entire area so quickly that it's pretty much hard to sort of reposition and take that, take a beautiful position when it comes to that post plant that they wanted to get.
Yeah, I mean, solid effort to be able to fight back, but it ain't not going to be close enough. And right now, I mean, who knows? We'll have to see what PaperX have ready for us on Ascent, but this could end up being our first 3 mapper if DRX are going to be able to show up. And then on the Phoenix, I think leaves a little bit more to be desired compared to when we do see him on the Jet, on the Neon. Something that needs to be workshopped maybe a little bit more here. But I'm curious to see if this is something that DRX widely is going to actually look to utilize in the future in the 2025 season, or if this is something mostly here for Spotlight and for Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what I don't know, back in VCT PH, I would see a lot of Phoenixes and Reynas when it comes to Ascent. So who knows, we might see that again on the next map. But looking at the stats over here, Forsaken has been on fire since the very, very beginning. Imagine round number 2, you've already gotten overdrive for round number 3. So you can really tell that he's really feeling the heat over here in map number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, taking a look at this, you can just see the difference in numbers across the board. This was very much just an out-fragging from the side of PaperX, doing well to find those shots. The readjustments were great. The spray transfers, I mean, Terra is continuously, kind of cropping up in my mind as I say those, because being able to draw that weapon out after being caught off guard and still be able to win out that fight, things like that are fantastic to see, and I think it's a big level up compared to what we were seeing from PaperX yesterday on day 1. So clearly there's been a little bit more time to develop the cohesion here, the camaraderie on the squad, to get more aligned as far as how they want to approach these maps. Or maybe it's just PaperX still having DRX's number. I don't really know, but we're just getting started. That's map 1 out of the way. We have Ascent coming up, DRX's map pick, to see if we get a 3-map series, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back. It's time to go to our second map here, the first series of the second day of the Spotlight series here in VCT Pacific. I'm Achilles, alongside Rico. If you're just now joining us, PaperX able to get a 13-8 victory on their map pick of Sunset to start things off. Now, though, we get ready to go into Ascent, where DRX may look a little bit more favored, so perhaps we'll actually get that 3-map set.
Yeah, exactly. When we flash back a little bit, yesterday it was DRX that took the win against ZETA. But on the other hand, PaperX had a bit of a hard time when they went up against Global Zipto. It was a 2-13 final score, I believe, last night. So hopefully they were able to spot out any of, the sort of weaknesses or issues, and they're able to repair that and bring that over here on their second map.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. They don't have to worry about Crystal. He's not in this game. He cannot hurt them right now. So the Sheriff Aces from his hand, not going to be a concern, but maybe from Flashback, who has been looking very strong in his own right, that could still be a concern. But this is going to be a lot more comfortable of a map here for the side of DRX, so we're expecting to see a stronger performance. But I also thought that was going to be a little bit more of a contentious map of Sunset, because PaperX, it looked like they were kind of losing the plot a lot yesterday in that opening series. Clearly, it's just even more praise to be sung for Global Zipto, I would say. But they've made some solid adjustments, and they were able to get much better reads about how DRX is going to be coming at them on that Sunset map. So if that's going to continue on Ascent, maybe that 3-mapper isn't going to be in the cards. Maybe this is just going to end up being yet another 2-0 series. But we'll have to just wait and see, as we are waiting for the players to get everything ready to go there on that Ascent map, so we can see if there's going to be any kind of crazy pivots. But it's Ascent. I'm thinking that we're probably just going to be seeing some more stock standard play, no one really pulling out anything too crazy. But I say that pretty much every time I go into this map, and I've been proven wrong a ton of times. So who really knows?
Yeah, we might see the double duelist perhaps again being brought up, being changed over here by DRX. I mean, we have been expecting the Jet coming from the side of Hyunmin, or maybe we get to see a run it back on Phoenix for part 2 over here on Ascent. If it didn't work out on Sunset, maybe this time it'll work out a bit more, because there's just a lot of more, these narrow pathways from, A main to B main as well, if you want to run it back even faster and take advantage of that ultimate. But, who knows, maybe we might finally see an operator being bought, as it is Ascent, as there are Jet players, right? We didn't get to see that earlier today.
Which is still a little bit odd, because
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, Jet playing op obviously makes kind of like just the most sense, because you have that Tailwind exit, but it's not like we don't see Raises or Neons picking it up from time to time. So it's a little bit surprising to not see Operator committed to any kind of mid-control or, a long control on that last Sunset. But it feels like a guarantee going into Ascent. Much longer sight lines, much more impact can be found from it. But I don't know. I mean, for PaperX, I'm hoping that they just kind of realize, like, oh wait, Alex isn't here. Kitty Faker's like pretty chill. Let's just do something crazy and run whatever we want. They don't have to worry about the desk being slammed, that kind of stuff. So maybe they feel like they have a little bit more leeway to get goofy with it.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see.
Yeah. This is definitely one of those moments where you just as you said, they can try a bit more something new. Give the fans what they want. What do they want? Is that question. Play something really, really interesting here over on Ascent. But yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to be seeing just the usual in as well, because just as you said, Ascent is comfortable, so agents as well can get pretty comfortable.
It's likely just going to be a lot more of the same that we have been seeing.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get my hopes up too much. I always like to tease it just in case, but we're not setting up for anything. This is the first time that we're seeing the 8 select here, guys. So we'll see if we do in fact get surprised, or if it's just going to be okay. There we go. They're doing it. So we do get the Reyna. We do get Jing on Jet. So it's not going to be just a stock standard default composition. PaperX will have a little bit of fun with it.
I love this. I love this a lot. Getting to see, the Jing something, the double duelist, but this time it is that Reyna on towards something. Can expect a bit more extra aggressiveness. We don't even have to wait for attack to see that aggressiveness. We can definitely see that on defense when they take a lot of these A or B main controls. You've got that, you know, self flash from that Reyna in as well. And there's just a lot of things that you can do as an individual player. They've been feeling it earlier on Sunset, so I do understand the confidence in this pick.
I'm curious to see how it looks though, because Jing playing Jet. I mean, for context, like yesterday, he was playing the Clove here on Ascent. We had something who was on the Sova, and it was Forsaken playing Jet. So this is a big multi-tiered pivot that's coming through. Jing, in all of his tracked games, has only played Jet 19 times coming into this map right here. So this is not something that we get to see very often. This is a rare sight indeed. So I'm excited to see how this does end up looking here for the squad. But with the Reyna back into the mix as well, there is a ton of worry and firepower that you're going to have to deal with if you are DRX. But looks like the map is just about ready to get started. As the timer ticks down, it's going to be DRX to start here on the attack.
Ooh, love this read on the side of Paper Rex as well. They got the Killjoy set up exactly where the stack is going to be, so they got to be careful from that Nano Swarm.
Deploying drone.
Slow starts, just the drone a check. Nano to try to greet them here on the entryway. Turret set up.
Oh.
Just going to be some silence here for now as Flashback starts inching his way down. Cat. Oh, yeah, pushes up into the smoke, and Gun Barrel's already spotted. Clearly not detecting that there was going to be anybody there, and ends up paying the iron price for it. So first kill going to be going over here towards the Reyna as door gets shut.
Spike planted.
Spike now planted, default, as Jing is actually able to is the one able to find that headshot. Forsaken taking out Yome. Terra finding one. I mean, it's just a flawless. No one's taken any damage on Paper X. I don't know if DRX got to fire a single shot.
Yeah, it just felt like you just saw the kill feed and it was all green for the side of Paper Rex. It felt like they were just coming from everywhere, and DRX slowly being whittled down one by one. It just felt very overwhelming to stay on site. But of course, it all started with the 1v1. Something was already sneaking his way inside that smoke. Definitely did not expect that on Flashback. Definitely did not expect that. It was just a very clean pistol round overall.
I mean, it's the definition of clean. It's absolutely spotless.
Shadows traveling.
Big pressure now here on DRX to try to even do some damage going into the eco. Genman's got a shorty, so he's going to try to maybe break some wrists here with the movement. Let's see, though, as Tara for now. Just getting a little bit of damage there, and oh, okay, Genman able to just go ahead, dash forward, puts the shorty to use, but the weapon is not going to be recovered, if you do not believe, so still just has that in hand. Jing going to be forced off the angle as the flash comes in. Something pushes forward, out from tree, finds the punish there onto Athen. And that makes DRX think twice about this approach, so now they start readjusting.
I do have that alarm bot to spot out a flood from mid, but it does seem like catwalk into tree might be an angle, but there's an up and down setup already. Like, question mark, no, something's already looking at that angle.
Waiting for it. The swing out. Oh, instant tap to find the second on the swing. As something looking for the ace. Question is, does anybody else take it away from him? Shots are out. They know where he's at. Something is on the hunt. He wants to try to claim this. The Lear coming up, shorty in hand. He's just got the ghost, and yep, he will be rewarded for it. Ace with just one casualty here in the anti-eco. Paper X looking alive and well here on Ascent.
Yep, that's just round number 2, and now something just really it's his turn to be on fire this time. If it was Forsaken on the Neon earlier, it's now him on that Reyna, and this beautiful Guardian shots, just very precise with the aim. Something looking for the last player, and they're like, oh, last player is here, and they got it. Something so calm. Very calm.
Just a little wry smile from him. Well, 6-0 and 1 to start, has the Empress online. Don't think we're going to see that committed to necessarily, unless he gets into a dicier situation, but Empress with the Guardian. Not something we get to see every day, so I wouldn't mind it. But now he's just going to get tucked away over at bench. Double stack here on this B site with a hell of a lot of util ready to greet them.
Yeah, just a lot to
Playing the
clear.
off angle. Flash at the ready, waiting to pull the trigger. Smoke goes out, looms over onto market, up and over here. Goes Hyunmin. Did he get the spot out? Either way, Jing is able to find the kill. Hyunmin answers one back, but something is still ever present. Finds Athen. Stabilize the aim to take out Kohlheide. And something will find another, and that's just going to be a quick bonus conversion. Swiftly shut down here by Paper X.
Yeah, in a blink of an eye, the round was over after, you know, that one entry for the from Hyunmin. He was able to get in, get Jing out of the equation, but Kohlheide was still there, and the site was still not really clear. And Empress invested earlier and was able to convert it into a victory. And a little bit of deja vu here as Paper X almost going towards that 4-0 start. They have a lot of guns. It's looking towards that direction indeed.
Cheekier setup there from Yome, but I don't think they're going to get anybody to bid on this. Set up on elevation, staring in towards Gelato and A main. But no one going aggressive here. Instead, push coming through. Jing swinging as Athens able to find one. Kara going to be taken down from Ivy at the same time. Able to find flashback. Jing re-swings out. Quickly tailwinds into the cubby. And suddenly 4 players are gone, and Yome is just the last one standing, but not for very long. Taking cleaning it up as Jing is trying to give all of us a headache. And Paper X move up 4-0.
Yeah, it is, again, exactly what happened over here from Sunset. That big 4-0 start coming from Paper X. And not gonna lie, these rounds have been incredibly fast, despite some of these rounds being both by gun rounds. This will be that big test, if you will. Jing, 2 orbs off of the knives over here, and things have been looking really solid for Paper X. DRX unable to match the pace that Paper X has been setting up for this map.
Looking for the little crunch, but oh, Athen, well aware, just happens to hit the headshot through the smoke. Saying, hey, my team kind of invented this play. I'll shut you down. Solid first kill to be found, but still plenty of work to be done. Tara watching, spotting, now confirming presence of a second player here outside of A. Thrown across in through tree in the meantime, trying to spot out, but Hyunmin gets the better here of Kohlheide up in mid, opening up that B side of the map as well. However, pushing forward, Paranoia out. Yome tucking in behind the box, but is going to be spotted enough. They line up, but just can't quite get the weapon drawn out in time. Down by 1 here is Paper X. Got Forsaken and Tara to try to keep this win streak going.
They've still got double-shotted step, but looking at the movement, they need to hunt down this Jet player. You know, hunt down where Hyunmin is.
The timing here from 10 minutes. Sights back. Yep, we'll be able to spot it. Forsaken now. The one with everything to do. Sets up the recon. Time is on the way here on the spike. And Ache just out there at Alley, able to go ahead and find the kill. So DRX, once again, will get themselves on the board here in the 5th round. This time they have 2 players surviving compared to 1. So it's a slight improvement compared to Sunset. But let's see if we just get similar win streaks from that previous map.
Yeah, that's definitely the question here. But we finally get to see the operator being brought out. And it's not going to be on Jing's hands. It's going to be on something over here. Fully decked out. We're going to be in position over onto mid. Let's see if that's going to convert into that big first blood as we get to see a stack from DRX actually on top mid. Oh, he left.
One suppressed.
Smoked out.
Oh, well. Just tuck away. Clear out on the drone over here at A. Tara not allowing for them to get any kind of deep information. Quick little jiggle peek.
Cover going out.
Oh, they're back in mid.
Has been given the task of being the only player to just go ahead and maintain control of this A site. But the peek into mid, something. On one Forsaken opens up with that Hunter's Fury and mows down 2. Spike's now stuck outside of A main. 2 remaining plays of DRX here over at Cat, pushing into tree. Hyunmin dead on the floor and flashback. I mean, how do you even try to save from this position? Feels not impossible. Wide swings in for the challenge. Is able to put the offer down. Finds another. Snappy to get rid of Forsaken. Now can recover the spike. Plant will give him lockdown as well. Flashback may just be able to bail him out of this.
30 seconds.
Absent for now. Approach coming in from behind. The plant here at default. Jing not yet there to try to swing through. As alarm bot gets set up. Lockdown. Does he commit for it? There's the swing out. Doesn't get the opportunity. Maybe if he could have gotten tucked into hell, but Jing arrives. It's a solid effort from Flashback to try to bail them out, but it's still going to be Paper Rex. This time not allowing for DRX to get that win streak going.
Yeah, no 4-4 this time around, just like Sunset. It is Paper Rex just denying any potential momentum buildup for the side of DRX. It was a valiant effort, but let's take a look at what they all have. DRX, it's just a lot of red lights, a lot of ultimate online for on their end, but not the best economy. Yeah.
Yeah, needing to pump the brakes here. This deficit just a bit too much to deal with, so DRX wanting to try to see what they can do to get themselves back into this one. But so far, the script has not really been followed.
Yeah, it's
how much of it has to do with the change-ups here, moving back over onto that arena from the side of Paper X, you know, where they just fully caught off guard, or were they actually cognizant that this is a possibility after the very devastating loss that Paper X suffered yesterday?
Yeah, that's the thing. It felt like, you know, the adjustments are indeed working out for the side of Paper Rex here. The confidence as well coming right in. The operator being on the side of something, having to just constantly be a threat for both mid and as well as tree. So I feel like, you know, DRX definitely has attempted to try and match that by getting a lot of space on mid and just investing more players to get that big trade potential. But, you know, you still got Kohaibi over there, you still got Tara guarding a lot of these very narrow areas. They've been doing a phenomenal job being that anchor.
Looks like DRX call's going to be to make a bit of an aggressive play. Quick TP out to its safety there. Staying elusive. Fragment not quite landing where it was intended to. Null command going to be invested. Plant coming through. Just the two rifles and the knives. The lion's share, the firepower here, and now lockdown invested as well from Flashback. Looking to just go ahead and pull a ton of time away from Paper X's hands. Spot out though, Hyunmin, just the hands, the tips of the fingers noted. And that's enough for something to go ahead and confirm the kill. So now things opened up a bit more. As they look to go ahead and get themselves into the side tower, however, going to be caught something. Shorty. Lear going to be thrown in, gets the kill. Dissipates out, Forsaken. Cutting down Yome, and suddenly what looks like a fantastic round here from the side of DRX, maybe getting away from them. Hunter's Fury, however, opens things up a bit more. Just waiting it out, and it looks like, yep, time is not going to be on their side. Brute force is the way that DRX gets themselves back into this one to establish a second round win, but it still is at cost. They get some decent weapons out. Op cannot be carried over, but there's still a good amount of cash here for Paper X. DRX finding thrifty to get the second win.
A good timeout conversion, but just as you said, they invested 4 ultimate to be able to secure that round from a sort of an eco buy, a little bit of a broken buy. At least they're able to sort of get a good ground on towards this map. But now at least they're able to get a lot of these buys off, but still very, very expensive nonetheless.
It knocks down the economy of PRX a decent bit.
Yeah.
That's going to be, I'd say, probably the bigger positive, aside from just winning the round itself. As
whoa.
We're having a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah.
She's speaking at supersonic speed.
Yep. That's definitely what happened.
Guide the team. Swings out, and it's just a quick little drift across. Nothing more than Athen can do. He just has to back off the angle.
Just gotta respect. They're already going in through mid.
Stay down.
One here trade out on the Killjoys as Jing not stabilized. After we'll be able to take him down. So evened up now. He's mounted upon. DRX getting themselves in with an advantage. The spike gets ushered over in towards the B site. The plant getting ready to come through. Something can go ahead and maybe scoop up a weapon if he can get past. Athen tries to go for the flick. Manages to get away. Widely undamaged.
Last player standing.
Swing out, and with Tara falling, something will have to make the call. to just go ahead and save this operator. So Spike will detonate, and DRX are going to get themselves up to 3. I thought that might have killed Athen for a second, but shot not quite connecting.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it. Already ready for the up and down, but it is going to be that big save from Paper Rex. But again, these having to split up the map from mid, despite having that big information from that alarm bot, did not stop them, as it was a B main stack for the side of Paper Rex, so they were practically free reign to sort of enter the site through market. And I feel like this could be a bit of that leeway that DRX should definitely watch out for and look for, as they avoid the something on by either tree or on spawn mid.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to successfully work down this economy. So coming into the next round, they still have that operator, still something obviously that needs to be feared, given that something is just found consistent value with it already here, just 8 rounds in, 13, 4, and 2 across those. So that's going to be the biggest concern for them, but if they can really get a solid read on where that Reyna is going to be positioned, and then maybe drone him out of position, then there's still a good amount of space here for DRX. But if that opposite line, that's when you start maybe seeing another turnaround thrifty in Paper Rex's favor. So drone out the check in towards mid. Noting that there's nothing at bench and should go just deep enough to spot out over at Pizza. And I think maybe a ping coming down. Noting the position there of Terra.
Really nicely done. The process of elimination. You managed to see 2 players over there. A might be a bit of a vulnerable spot. The spike is already being carried over. You gotta be careful, as the operator is indeed there.
Smoke out, flash over the top, gets the full catch there onto something. Backpedals Recon as well, pinging him out, and Forsaken going to be the first to fall. The site gets opened up. Shot though, the adjustment is nice. Does manage to find one, so Yomi gets taken down. Any damage dealt realistically here from Paper X is going to be solid. As Sunmin caught with that full flash, being able to find one before getting gunned down. Tries to keep it as even as possible, but still going to be a player disadvantage here for the side of Paper X. Maybe can find one more. There's the drop down. And actually swinging out, I believe, into the Leer is Hyunmin. Ends up getting taken out. So something wants to try to make a play for this. Drops down into the site, gets the spot there. Just dancing around. Turret in his sights. Shorty at that range, not going to be able to find any kind of deadly value. He's now going to be in a rough position. Cash not quite going to be there for a rebuy on this weapon. Would love to just try to make this as costly at this point for DRX as humanly possible, but Ajay is doing well, just giving it life here for the cause, wanting to try to get the kill. Flashback will end up taking it away, as they will all go down to the spike. So no one carries over anything, but Paper X still now not able to stop DRX from running this back. 1 round ahead.
I don't like this. It does seem like it's DRX's turn to be on the operator. Hyunmin being able to pick this up as well. Enough to get that buy. An attacking operator, perhaps. Let's see what the angle is going to look like. It's going to be top mid, or having to look at catwalk. You get to see the pings. They want that mid controlled.
Deploying drone.
Once again, similar strat here. Just drone over the top. See what they can garner. Know that they're not going to be facing into an operator in this round. Hyunmin, in the meantime.
Oh.
Look at that, maybe surprise them with his own. And he shall. Strikes and something gets taken out.
Nicely done. The element of surprise indeed paying off. Now Athen.
Just a solid double face in towards Wine and Main. Kills rewarded. This is maybe Paper X going to, calling a timeout after this round, because for Forsaken and Kohaibi, the call is going to have to be made. They're not looking to rotate over towards that A site. They're just going to be looking to hold on to their weapons. Whereas Flashback wants to try to be the thief in the night, to sneak in and take these out from right under their noses.
Let's see here. There's that utility having to spot out Flashback, so it might be a little bit difficult. But again, these rounds coming from DRX. Gotta love the confidence, having the, challenge mid as well. Forsaken getting a frag against a Flashback, but they'll definitely need some of these exit frags, I suppose, for the next, as, DRX already catching up. It's gonna be even.
And that's going to be somewhat concerning here for Paper X, considering how everything had developed, but it feels like similar scenes to that Sunset where
Yeah.
you start getting a really solid read on your opponent as you go round over round. And just manage to run it back. So Operator still just going to be out of reach here for Paper X for the whole rest of this half, frankly. Unless they can take it out of Hyunmin's cold dead hands. We're tied at 5-5. It's anyone's half now.
Hold those angles.
Really interesting to see now. Paranoia, both flashes on the side of A. Let's see if they will challenge this, push a bit deeper with that judge.
Had the opportunity, got distracted a bit there by the turret.
Here.
I think Jing wasn't fully anticipating actually spot flash back out into the open. So for now, just some removal of that util. Trying to make things a little bit more puzzling for their opponents as Drone will spot out the op. Something holding close with the judge in hand.
Yome's thinking about it.
Desperately waiting to see if anyone's going to push in, but Yome spotting out Terra, puts a couple shots across, but seems very suspicious about this potential positioning here. Will the swing in, judge now noted. Hyunmin does well though. Be able to find the follow-up shot. So in the end, a 1-for-1 as pop flash out. Terra going to still be fully caught by that one, ends up getting gunned down. Smattering of damage there with that Spectre in hand. Athen going to be on the floor as Jing is able to find that, but that's going to be resible. As he's just right there on the side itself. So still 4 players in the mix here for DRX. On the site means that Hunter's Fury not likely to be seen here in play. But realistically for Paper X, how do you get yourself back into the site? He's going to have to come off of a wall bank here, but the shots, it's a hair off. Eventually he's able to find one.
Doesn't know there's going to be another player
Little
there.
Weapon, jiggle peek out, and yep, okay. Hyunmin able to find one. Looks for Kai Hybe, and ooh, hits the quick flick. A 4K with the op in hand. DRX having the lead now up to 6, running themselves back into this map, building up just brick by brick.
Yeah, it all started. It did feel like they were going to get a 2-kill start for the side of Paper Rex, but Hyunmin again, just so quick on the trigger. Really nice trades across the board, and again, really nice shots at the tail ends of that round. So Paper Rex must be sweating a little bit here. They haven't dealt with the attacking operator just yet. They're unable to match it, but we'll have to see in this last round before the next half.
Okay, well, off to a hot start here for both sides. Hyunmin taking down one, something able to find a punish there. Meanwhile, Athen guns down two. Jing, Tara both going to be taken out as Forsaken falls. And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, something is the last one standing.
What just happened?
The hell has occurred here?
Yeah. The bodies are a little bit scattered on the map. Let's see.
The Empress popped, breaks down the door. Spike still not brought forward here into the site. Something needing to work. Some magic finds the first. Clears out of the smoke, spots one on the far side. Opts to just swing back, tucks back away, avoids the nano, avoids the recon. Plant now coming through, and oh, just a stray headshot through. We'll go ahead and bring any hope of a clutch to a conclusion.
Switching sides.
Now, first time.
Well, that was wild.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Like, as soon as the barriers fell, DRX just went ham.
Well, that's going to be the halftime. We'll see you guys on the other side of this one. See if Paper X can run it back. All right, well, some insanity there on the back end of that first half. DRX get themselves out to a lead 7-5. Let's see what Paper X has prepped here as they swap over onto the attack. Double duelist now on their side here. Something still red hot with that Reyna. Looking for a little bit more impact, though, from Jing on that Jet.
Yeah, this could be the time as they're going to be stacking up when it comes to utility. Once they do a fast execute, perhaps, but gotta be careful. It's going to be a utility stack over here onto A. The approach is going to be a tree attack. We've got the flash. It might have been spotted as they see the rotations.
Alright, just rushing forward, eating a bit of damage there as the distraction on the alarm bot comes in. Cloudburst sent out, Jing able to find the first kill as Yomi stranded there in heaven, ends up getting taken down. Kohabi does well to find Athen. Flashback all going to be taken out. Hyunmin now is the last one standing. Can't quite line it up. Kills go the way of Paper X. Just Kohabi dead. As they will go ahead and now bring this gap down to just one round, taking the pistol.
Yep, the rush was indeed rewarded for the side of Paper X. It was just a paranoia, and as well as the following frags attack onto heaven. And it just felt very calculated, very planned, very step by step. And the execution was primarily there as Paper X. Guardians on the hands of something, and some of the players as well. We might see a repeat of that 4K or Ace, perhaps.
Standing ahead.
Slow movements of smokes out across the map. DRX very quickly realizing what's going on, especially now that that 0 point comes in. Alerting to the presence of all. With just classics in play. Dealing damage, getting a thrifty. Proved to be damn difficult here for them.
They're all grouped up inside the site. It's pretty scary if they're able to get in.
And here's the question, does Paper X realize that?
True.
The drone it's going to check in towards markets. It doesn't actually spot anything out there. Now the approach gets ready to come through, near into the site, swing out of the corner. Something we're going down one, flashback, finds a singular kill here. Still have Hyunmin set up at boats. Athen now flush out. Tailwind over into the base of Jing. Happily collects the kill. 2 kills found, but weapons can be picked up here. Overall, not too bad from DRX, not too bad from Paper X. We're tied up at 7-7.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice attempt from the side of DRX as well to fully stack up in there. But Paper X was definitely ready for that ambush. Paper X, 20 kills for something. 2 more orbs to reach Empress. Something has been deadly on this Reyna, and as well as the Guardian. It has been sufficient for him to go ham in most of these rounds.
Yeah, he's been pretty cracked with it here.
Yep.
0 point. Catches on to at least Jing. I think he's the only one getting suppressed here. Doesn't tell him too much. In the meantime, something is on a bit of a solo excursion over towards B. Peeks in. Here's that Odin fires coming through. Eats a bit of damage and the opposite just back away. Here to try to reinforce alongside Yome. Fragment sent to try to slow things up. As Jing goes for the entry, up and over the top, landing here on Generator. Ping out on the Athen. The timing there, as he tries to push out of the smoke, it's just so damn unlucky for him. Hyunmin's only able to peel away 1 elimination. As Ache going to be spotted, window broken, just backpedaling as quick as they possibly can with that Odin in hand. We'll be able to find 1 more, but in the end, it's going to be flashback, just still hiding out over towards B site, just to try to stay alive and hold on to the weapon. Paper X are going to gain the lead.
Nicely done. It has been that 1 shot, 1 try on the execute. Once they're in, it does feel like they have full control, and things are just falling down like dominoes on the side of DRX. They're unable to sort of put a stop, put a halt on them bulldozing through these sites. They're able to at least get the 1 before, Flashback's able to save his weapon. But at the end of the day, PRX in a big lead, in the lead now this time.
Yeah, fantastic start to the half here for them. Bonus conversion and all. So now up by 1. DRX, no money realistically here to speak of. Flashback likely to be the one holding on to the rifle. We'll see if he passes it off to Gunman. but this is just a great crunch here from Paper X, just storming the site, not allowing for DRX to ever get into any sort of position where they could recollect themselves and go for a concerted approach. They just pick them off one after the other. Looks like weapon will be passed over. Hyunmin obviously still a ways away from the knives here, so they would still want to have that duelist have the lion's share of the firepower.
Yeah, especially now he's being primed in position over here onto mid. Let's see if anyone's gonna challenge that.
Oh.
Yep. Worth.
Okay. Well, that's a hell of a way to start things off, and that's why I guess you give him the rifle.
Yeah.
He's going to be taken down now. No KJ Util to try to worry about. Athens still eats a bit of damage. Backpedaling here. The push coming through, though. They're just not ready for this timing, so now coming on the floor. Gets cleaned up and equalize the player count. Empress going to be popped here from something. Wanting to maintain and stretch this lead as much as humanly possible. Flashback on this approach angle in from behind. Paranoia goes across, connects at least onto something. Is now Hunter's Fury opened up. Trying to see what he can get. Flashback presence is noted. Finds two before getting taken down. 2v2 as they try to regain control of this site. But Forsaken drags across. Finds Ache with the headshot, and Athen down to 45 is not going to be favored here. As Forsaken swings out, gets the 3K confirmed, and gets Paper X up to 9.
Crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, the fact that, you know, Kohaibi was the one that first fell down, which left the flank pretty open after Paper X was able to get that spike down. But nonetheless, Jing being positioned very sneakily on top of Heaven. They're able to get these trades Forsaken with important 2K with the clutch for Paper.
Money, yes.
All right. Well, Forsaken's having a whale of a time.
Yeah, seems like
18, 7, and 5, steadily catching up here.
wow.
Up and over the top, Jing getting the spot out. Flashback tucking back, completely blinded up there. Ping revealed comes through, but he just can't align the shots. Jing is able to mow him down with the knives.
Crazy stuff. Something thinking about it. Wants to push in front of the door. We'll see.
Toronto lead. Something looking for the timing. Spots them both here into the corner. Finds one. Just dips out. All the way across market. Just dancing in front of Yome there. I think finding one. 3v4, but now Yome taken care of. Forsaken does get flashed, but Kohaibi has covering fire. And they're just going to get the dart out. Looking for the kill. He's looking for the knife. Oh my goodness. Forsaken. Oh, doing it dirty here to Athen. Saying, hey, welcome to VCT. Welcome to the Spotlight Series. Gets the knife to now bring the lead up to 3 rounds.
Crazy stuff. Paper X, you know, we got something dancing across the board, going over an exit towards pizza. And Forsaken,
I'm not just enough.
seen with a knife. He's
They're calling for the
having a fun time.
ceasefire so he can get it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, Hyunmin flashed up here, looking to push the aggression. Gets the reset on the final blade. Reveals out. Oh, the updraft into the instant headshot. Looks like he's not done quite just yet, but even with Forsaken down to 18 HP, just can't quite make that final knife connect. Still, though, damage is dealt. Something Forsaken both tagged up. This is a great start, all the same here for DRX. Swing out into mid, something gets his head taken off as Yome is able to find him with the Sheriff.
Nicely done by DRX to open this entire map for themselves, but Kohaibi is making it winnable for Paper X.
And it is. Weapon still not recovered. The cut across. Okay, Ache does manage to go ahead and pick up one. Vandal now in hand. Athen, however, still getting used, still getting value out of the Sheriff. And now Kohaibi, the one to try to clutch it up. 5 HP on Athen. Could send the null command just to be able to get the res here and potentially recover 2 weapons. But is widely going to be relying on Ache on this flank to try to find the opening. The swing out position is going to be known. Recon, sent. Swings forward, and Ache will be able to find the headshot. So DRX keeping it close, pulling off a thrifty here. And is able to once again bring that gap down to just 2 rounds.
Crazy start. I mean, Hyunmin with the massive 2K on the knives. Everybody was pretty much flashed onto B main. That gave avenue for that updraft. Really nice shots. really allowed DRX to take this thrifty round away as well. It was pretty close, but at the end of the day, they really played their retakes right, with one coming from A main.
An operator now in hand here for Hyunmin. It's going to be posted up, peeking in across the way. Something Forsaken nearby, but will be smoked off the angle. So immediately looks to reposition, likely wrapping around over towards bottom mid. In the meantime, just jump peeking here for the squad. Lear goes out. And, oh, tries to go for the hospital flick, but something will be able to shut it down. Gets the headshot. Op now on the floor. DRX on the back foot. Kohibi able to outdo just a little bit here against Yome. Continuing to swing forward. Acha in position. Will be able to find that punish. Keeping things close. But they know that they have completely lost and conceded control of mid. Athen on this timing, though. Gets the spot, and something's not quite ready for it. Just like that, we're back into a 3v3.
So pretty close. Flashback might push this.
He's going to try to go for the timing, but Forsaken just waiting for it. Gave him the footsteps to try to bait him across. Tara commits to the plan. Dodges out that second Hunter's Fury pump, and Jing up into heaven. Cuts off Athen. Watch it, last one standing. Wide swing attempt. Does find the headshot. Looks like she's going to try to play this one out.
You gotta see Forsaken now positioned for the Hunter's Fury from far away.
Noise being made. Util in hand. A team ace. Paper X. Now just 2 rounds away from closing out a 2-0 series here over DRX.
Yeah, ultimate's not even needed. It was carried over for this round for that potential match point. But, you know, Kohibi winning that 1v1. Everything was pretty much scattered after, you know, mid control was pretty much, you know, in shambles on the side of DRX. It was free reign for Jing, for the rest to rotate from either catwalk and come from many, many different angles. And, you know, DRX, they don't look the best when it comes to economy, but they at least have a couple of thrifties in their pocket earlier.
Well, Jing is just wide swinging in, but he's setting up for the rest of the team to go ahead and set up a shooting gallery. His kills are going to be found. Yome just trying to find something before that final blast of the Hunter's Fury comes through, but cannot get anything to connect.
Crazy stuff. The barrier breaks. They just immediately pulled the trigger. Now it's just a 2-person retake this time. It'll be difficult with a bunch of sheriffs on the board.
Right here.
Have to be some absolutely disgusting shots. We know that the players are capable of it, but something just hounds it down. Zoned away as the paranoia goes across, connecting here onto them, and now it's the rush coming through. Non-stop aggressive force here from Paper X gets them up to match point.
Match point.
It just happened instantly. It just all came together from A main. And at the end, it was just that raw firepower that Paper X just had much better onto that round. DRX now has a, you know, has the gun round. They've got a couple of important ultimates on their back pocket to stop the onslaught of Paper X. But the biggest question is, would it be enough?
Will it be enough? 4 to try to run it back. Odin spray out at the start. Flashback getting tucked here at decent range. Still able to find 2 with the judge before getting taken down here by Jing. The swing forward, and Jing getting the headshot there onto Hyunmin. Not fast enough to get that tailwind out. Gets caught in mid-transit. In the meantime, Jay trying to stay tucked, trying to stay quiet. Eventually gets flushed out. We're now into the 2v2. The swing coming through. The KO on the floor.
Top in the res.
Yome has to be the one to try to get them back into this one. Still suppressed, and they'll just double face out. A 4K for Jing in the final round, as Paper X will get themselves a 2-0 victory here, bouncing back very nicely after the series yesterday.
Yeah, no map 3s just yet, Achilleos. That was such a convincing 2-0 into the series. And that Ascent, look at all these players just smiling and laughing after that victory for sure. It was very, very close. It felt really back and forth, but after the second half, this pure control from the side of Paper X.
Yeah, and it all starts from something. Gets the Guardian in hand, gets the Operator on this defending side. I mean, had that ace in the mix. It was just on an absolute tear, and did so well to just consistently keep DRX's economy in the dumps, not allowing for them to be able to afford any kind of weaponry, so the ability to fight back was always super limited from them in that first half. I think a decent effort, again, from DRX to try to, run this one back, but just not quite enough there from them. Everybody on Paper X here today was firing on all cylinders, which was great to see, because, there were some slumps yesterday versus Global ZETA. But this time around, it seems like everybody was really finding their footing.
Yep, especially in the second half, it felt like they were just practically everywhere. They can try to execute either A or B. They just come running. They came bulldozing through a lot of these sites, especially once they were able to break off, mid control here, even through stacks of DRX members. Even though they read it really properly, PRX was just so ready for practically anything.
Yeah, and I think DRX with some of the new players coming in, let alone like the swaps happening here as well with Yome and whatnot coming through. They've been trying to up aggression themselves, but I still think that for a lot of these players, they're not used to the level of chaos that Paper X brings to the table. So aggression's one thing, but when it's as chaotic as it is in the hands of Paper X, that's something that's going to take a while to try and get used to. You can see the first kills very even between the two teams. DRX was able to find a decent amount of early value, just couldn't quite always convert that into those round wins.
Yeah, it felt like also it was the battle of this, two operator players. You've got Hyunmin, you've got something, whether it was attacking or defending, you managed to see, especially Hyunmin, try his best on that very expensive buy. But at the end of the day, we managed to see, the early ace from something, a lot of these first bloods from that Reyna player as well. And it really converted to a lot of these really key victories on some of these rounds.
Yeah, so very nicely done here from Paper X. I think that's going to be a very good feeling after, suffering that 0-2 loss. So now kind of able to bounce back, equalize the count, and get themselves into a much better position in this tournament. Because, a reminder, it is just this huge round robin. So suffering 2 losses, that's going to be something that's going to be fairly catastrophic for your odds and being able to make it into that grand final. So with a victory like this, having it be as decisive as it was, that's going to be a big boon for Paper X to potentially get a crack in that best of 5. But 362 ACS drop here from the side of something. He and Hyunmin going back and forth, racking up these first kills. But something just had the better of him pretty much across the board. Honestly, I'm surprised that Jing and Forsaken were able to keep pace with him as closely as they did, just because it felt like, especially in that first half, something was kind of absorbing every single elimination for the team.
Yeah, definitely. If he wasn't on the operator getting a lot of these multi-frags, he wasn't that guardian coming off from some of the early rounds of the first and the second half, really maximizing a lot of these very crazy one-taps, if you will, on for something. So really good performance, really amazing performance, and I'm sure they're happy about that, just as you said, after coming off of that loss yesterday.
Yeah, they're bound to be. 95% kill assist rate as well on the Reyna. Just something, like I said, like he was ever present. He was the one who was just the raid boss for them there in that first half, and then he was always involved, if not, still coming up with kills himself in that second. So a very big performance here from Paper X, and that puts that much more pressure on DRX for the future days, because they find themselves now also tied 1-1, want to be able to try to separate away from Paper X to get themselves in that grand final. But we're going to have a little player interview here from our winners, and I believe that we have Jing standing by. So we'll get to go ahead and ask some questions to him. So, Jing, how's it going, my friend? It's been a long time.
Hi. Hello. I'm good,
Hey,
I'm good.
Well,
Hello.
well, that's good to hear. So yesterday you guys had a little bit of a rockier start. That Ascent didn't quite go your way, especially versus Global ZETA. What was different for you guys today? What adjustments do you make aside from the comp? Or do you think it was really just adding the Reyna back in that made this a lot easier for you?
Honestly, we didn't really do anything different. I feel like yesterday we just kind of got snowballed. So yeah, but today we just played as usual and it was alright. But I think the comp change made a big difference.
So maybe just a little bit of an off day there, but okay. I like it. You guys are looking red hot. I love the Reyna adjustment coming through as well. It was looking solid. And we get to see you on Jet, which is something that we don't get to see very often at all.
I mean, we just kind of wanted to play whatever we wanted to play. Like, we're just playing for fun, so we just play like whatever comp we wanted.
That's really great to hear. Actually, I'm really curious how the comms are like. Is it well? How's the mood? Is it just a lot of giggling, laughing, or is it a bit more of like serious?
I think it's like a mix of both. I mean, of course, we are playing for fun, but we also want to win. So yeah, but I think mostly we're like having fun and just chilling. So yep.
I see. I see.
How's it been getting ready for the tournament? You know, because obviously it's kind of first like mixed gendered tournament and whatnot. How is that getting together with the other players and just kind of finding a groove with them? Because we know Paper X, like the VCT Paper X team. You guys are always vibing with one another. How quickly was that able to develop with the new players coming in?
I mean, honestly, we didn't even speak to like the other players until like 30 minutes before our game. And like before the game, I mean, we didn't really prepare because this tournament is like kind of a fun. And like we are having, I mean, me, Jason, and Ilya are having our break right now. So yeah, I mean, I was mostly playing Marvel Rivals. So yep.
Okay. Well, it seems like everything's gotten. You guys have gotten together with the cohesion and the vibes pretty good. Because every time we got to see you on the cams, it was good times, especially from the coaching side, which I guess is kind of the next question. Because we know that Coach Alex is also on a bit of a break during this tournament. He's over like skiing, I think, in Hokkaido, Japan.
Oh, wow.
After the series yesterday, did he happen to like call you guys up and be like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you doing this?" Or has he just been off the books?
I think he didn't really say much, but the only thing I remember was him laughing at me because I missed my race out. Yep, that's it.
So he's still paying attention, but he's
I mean,
he's
he
not,
watched like a little
is
bit, I guess.
overbearing here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Has it been having JD Faker kind of be the one there with the being, the one involved there?
I mean, he said that he wants to be the total opposite of Alex, so he said he's going to be the calmest coach ever.
Wow.
That's excellent. Riku, you have anything else here?
Well, I mean, any message to like your future opponents for the next? What is your mindset again, or and that?
I mean, just hopefully we have fun and good games, and hopefully like the viewers enjoy our games.
Awesome.
Well, I think that we absolutely will. We enjoyed this one very, very much. So looking forward to seeing you guys again tomorrow. But thank you, Jing, for joining us. Congratulations on the win. And we'll see what more stuff you have prepared for us in the future. Maybe some more crazy comps since you can get away with it with Alex not being here. So thank you for joining us.
Yep. Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Oh, boy. Well, it's about what we expected.
Yeah.
We're going to come in. We're going to have fun. We're doing crazy stuff because we can.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna all take turns playing the jet. That's definitely going to be a rotation for sure.
I think that would be sick, especially if they can continue getting wins like that. So hey, let's go ahead, pass it over to the next player. Let's get Tower playing jet. Let's get Kohibi playing jet. Why not? I don't know. But that's our first series done and dusted. We have another one coming up here in just a bit. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll get into that. So don't go anywhere.
day, every year, let's get it started. It's a rock and roll here, it's time to party. Every day, every year, let's get it started. It's a rock and roll here. It's a rock and roll here. It's time to party. Somebody say, hey, black not good for me. When I cut my eye and I see the signs, I cry 'cause I don't wanna be down. I don't wanna be down. At least today, I just see in my heart. I don't wanna be down. At least today. Somebody say, hey, black not good for me. When I cut my eye and I see the signs, I cry 'cause I don't wanna be down. I don't wanna be down. At least today, I just see in my
My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not being so happy. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize.
burning desire to be the best. Get no one out my fire. Told me I would lose, that man was a liar. Look at me now, to the top, climb higher. Skyrocket to the top, can't stop it. Must be off your rocker, thinking you gon' stop her. We gon' keep winning, how you gon' knock her? Y'all gon' be sick, no doctors. You better recognize who the winners is. We got next, we ready to flex. We're ready to rock.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to go into our second series here of the evening. If you missed out on the first one, you missed out on Paper Rex having a pretty dominant victory 2-0 over the likes of DRX. Riku, that third map still evading us, but perhaps this next series can deliver.
Yeah, it's going to be another spicy one indeed. I mean, we've got, Global ZETA, on the other hand, from yesterday, was able to score a 2-0 victory against Paper Rex. It was incredibly dominating, especially Ascent. They're going up against ZETA Division as well, who has yet to score a point. So I'm really looking forward to this series because everyone has a piece of the pie already.
No, they very do, but a victory here for Global ZETA would set them apart from everybody else. They'd be the only team to move up 2-0 in series, and pretty much, go ahead and bank their spot over in that grand final. So this is going to be a very big one for them to try to find success. We'll go ahead and zoom in on the players, though, as everybody was firing on all cylinders in that matchup yesterday versus Paper Rex. You got Alexi, Neri, Kelly S, Crystal, as well as Poppy, and good God, I mean, Poppy on that first map especially was just clicking heads. Coming into this roster saying like, yeah, we definitely deserve to be here in Tier 1. We deserve to be here in this Spotlight series. And this is going to be, I think, a big challenge for the side of ZETA, who in their own right did have some strong performances. But right now, Global ZETA just look to be a bit of a cut above the rest.
Yeah, definitely one of the favorites coming into this tournament for sure. And of course, we cannot forget, of course, you got Poppy from Naos, you've got Kelly S from Oasis as well, and Neri Alexi from ZETA that had, such a strong dynamic and duoship when it comes to Game Changer specific. And of course, you can't forget about Crystal. Crystal's performance yesterday. You mentioned he seemed like this raid boss, especially on Ascent. So this is something definitely ZETA Division. I'm sure they would like to pick Ascent later on. But as we take a look at the player spotlight, ooh, I want to face Paper Rex. I've been following them for a long time and I want to challenge them and be challenged by them, said by Kelly.
Well,
I love this.
I would say in the first half of Split, they got their wish, but they certainly were able to challenge Paper Rex considerably, considering just how easy that second map was. I mean, 13-2, there's no other real way to slice it. Was able to take them down. We'll see how that's going to fare, of course, in the 2025 season, but we're still a ways away from that. But we can take a closer look here at Kelly S. So if you want to go ahead and absorb some of these, some of the tech that they use, their settings as well, to try to replicate these performances, then by all means, get to it. But, Kelly S coming into this one looking very, very strong, and is the IGL for Global, which I think surprised a lot of people as this roster was getting pieced together in the offseason, because a lot of people would expect that it was going to be Crystal, given his previous calling for the likes of Scars. But, we suspect that there's going to be a decent amount of side calling coming through from Crystal's side as well. So likely going to be a nice combination of two great minds. Yeah,
absolutely. Especially Kelly S pretty much has made a lot of impact in several different roles. But as we take a look at ZETA Division, their opponents, Honey Bunny, Kira, Leafy Dot, Akko, and Serena. Can't forget about Akko. Akko's iconic Falcon Punch from Game Changers. Can't forget about that one.
As well as Serena with the face zoom in after mowing down like 4 people on Ascent B. Just as they try to spill out into the site, and just has a ghost in hand and just kills 4 of them. Some great moments from both of those players over at Game Changers. Had that insane run. Now, Serena was, for me, of course, the highlight of yesterday, was putting up incredible performances, having damn near like back-to-back clutches, I want to say. Almost getting like the ace with that Sheriff on Haven. And then going into the next round and still just putting up fantastic figures the whole way throughout. And of course, for the rest of ZETA Division, a lot of the Academy players coming in to represent the squad here and get some more reps under their belt.
Yeah, so again, just, I mean, they were able to show a bit of light when they went up against DRX, but it was definitely not enough as it ended in a 0-2. So they definitely, you know, similarly from a Paper X standpoint, they're definitely here to get the score on the board. So is Leafy Dot being that player spotlight over here, and he is going to be the IGL for Zeta Division.
Yeah, and I think that this is, you know, one of those players who's going to be undergoing a lot more pressure and a lot more stress compared to some of the others, because not only is he, you know, an academy team player, but is also coming in as that IGL alongside the rest of the academy players to try to, you know, just paint them in as strong of a light as humanly possible. And I think that we were starting to kind of see those machinations coming to fruition for Zeta yesterday. It was just a little bit too late to be able to find the wins. But clearly there is a very good head on the shoulders here for Leafy Dot. But how is that going to stack against two IGLs that have been playing for a very long time in Kelly S as well as Crystal on the opposite side? Because Global ZETA were looking incredible. So this is going to be a big tester here for Leafy Dot.
Yeah, that's true. It is, oh, there you go. Kira this time around. It is featured, and, well, favorite weapon, Vandal. Understandable.
I don't disagree. Phantom users, go away. Vandal supremacy all the time. I mean, we don't have Breeze in the mix, and now Phantom at range is also a bit stronger, so I think we're seeing a bit more Phantom coming to the fold. But I'd be curious to see what the statistics look like after those changes, you know, throughout the 2025 season, to see if Vandal, you know, if Phantom is going to end up overtaking it, or if Vandal will be able to reign supreme. But so all my other Vandal users out there, keep up the good work. Phantom users, down with them.
Sorry.
But not, I mean, but not as much as people who use, like, you know, the Odin, though. If you use the Odin, stop.
Yeah, that's a different
just
story.
Pretend it doesn't exist anymore. I'm sick and tired of this gun. Like, everyone knows it. If you just are just using it to spray through walls and kill people, I don't think that that's engaging gameplay. If you use it like art on DFM, though, then, you know, we can have a conversation.
Yeah, yeah. True, true. Very valid, Akilos. Very valid.
I'm just very jaded after all of these years of covering VCT that the Odin has not really undergone any kind of super significant nerf, and that the walls on Lotus are still absolutely just paper thin. But maybe that'll get changed now that it's out of the rotation. We'll have to just wait and see if there's going to be anything to that effect, and whether or not any of the players here in this matchup are going to end up bringing Odins through. Because in the first series, we got a little bit of it there on Ascent. It's still a pretty standard map to see that Odin come through. But it wasn't too much. It didn't feel like it was being abused as this super strong weapon. So therefore, that first series, totally fine with the limited Odin use that we got to see.
Yeah, it did feel like a lot of the action was going through mid to market, or everything else is just going to be going through A, and all the action there. So perhaps that is probably the reason why. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this series is going to go. I will not be surprised if we're going to be seeing another Ascent, although Zeta Division should think twice a little after seeing that 13-2 Global ZETA performance against Paper X.
Yeah, I think that if this was VCT, you know, 2025 Zeta Division, Ascent, probably something that they would very much love to go to.
Yeah.
But given how Global ZETA looked on that one, I think it has to be a first round ban. I think that Global would snatch it up in a heartbeat if it's left available in that first round. So I'm curious to see what that map draft does end up looking like as we wait to get over to it. But for Global, I think right now you got to be feeling like you're on top of the world here in this tournament. You got to be feeling pretty confident about whatever comes your way. Because they got the 2-0, we don't really know what the faults of this squad are going to be, and the maps that they would like to avoid. You know, what is going to be the less practiced thing. Like, we have actually no clue at the moment what that's going to look like. So I think right now they have pretty free reign coming into this, and can just kind of sit back and watch what Zeta Division would like to do, and then just kind of respond to it, because they should overall be feeling very strong right now.
Yeah, they should feel absolutely 100% confident coming into this series, which makes me wonder if Ascent is something that would make you feel comfortable. What would be the polar opposite of Ascent? Would it be Abyss? Because I remember Zeta Division back in Game Changers, they did really well in Abyss in that map.
I would suspect, yeah, maybe Abyss is kind
Yeah.
of the opposite there. We see a lot of different iterations on compositions, whereas Ascent, you see very few offshoots. I feel like a lot of teams do have their own unique identity when it comes down to Abyss, so that's probably the best one that we have right now. With Fracture on the horizon, though, coming back in, that could end up maybe also being a team a map where teams are going to separate themselves even more from one another. Regarding how their comps operate. Because, I mean, Neon used to be kind of like the dominant duelist on that map, then underwent some changes, got super giga buffed, and now is getting reeled back a little bit. So I have no clue if Neon is still going to be the Fracture meta, if the nerfs are going to be enough to completely flush her out of the equation, and then we just see people really leaning on, like, Raze. But, like, does Chamber come back to play the Killjoy? That kind of stuff. Like, that is an interesting little, like, kind of thought experiment, I think, of figuring out, like, what comps are going to look like. But it looks like the veto is ready. So let's go ahead and get ready to take a look. Looks like Global ZETA just going to be banning away Sunset. The split that ZETA got to see Global play and run back is going to be banned away. But that Ascent is open, so Global ZETA will snatch it up in a heartbeat.
Wow, yeah, it is going to be understandable to pick up Ascent, but Haven over here, I mean, this was the ZETA pick yesterday as well, as we get to see another Respect Abyss. This is going to be our final map of this BO3. I'm really excited for finally going to see map number 3 here, Achilles. But the pattern feels like it's going to a certain direction, at least for now.
It does. Maybe with that first series kind of out of the way and the strong performances we got to see from ZETA, maybe they can come into that Haven and really upset Global ZETA. But right now, it was feeling like that first series, DRX PaperX, was going to be the one today that would end up going the distance, and it didn't. So now I'm a little bit more concerned about being able to see Bind. But this also means that ZETA had time to kind of sit back, watch that Ascent, see how Global ZETA likes to rotate around the map, how they like to poke and prod and get their information. So if they have been able to put up a concise game plan, and if the players can come in just a little bit more fired up off the rip, who knows what could happen? Because this is, I mean, this tournament, as in Jing's words, this tournament is here for fun.
Yeah.
Yes, there's prize money on the line, but ultimately, it's just about showing off these talents and just having, a fun time with them here across these 4 days of play. So I think that, if you're ZETA Division, it's going to be even easier to be able to just go ahead and kind of shrug off that loss from yesterday because there's not too high of stakes in this event. But we have both opted to go for Global ZETA because they just looked so damn good yesterday.
Yeah, they just look so good. They just look so clean. They are just oozing with confidence. It does feel like every single player can definitely pull off a high clip moment. So yeah.
Who's your one player to watch right now that you're going to have your eyes on going into Global?
Kelly S.
Kelly S?
Yeah.
Okay. For me, it's going to be Crystal again. That was a really nice ace from him on the Sheriff. And then, of course, Serena Akko there on ZETA Division. But let's go ahead and get this second series underway.
It's in global esports. ZETA Division.
Alrighty, and there are our rosters, and here is our agent selection. We're going to get some Deadlock v Deadlock. Honey Bunny coming out with the Neon here on Ascent. Otherwise, I mean, some pretty key differences here between the squads. Just going to be that Cypher Sova Deadlock, but different thoughts here as far as the controllers are concerned, as well as the duelists between the teams.
Yeah, this is looking to be a very, very exciting match. It is a completely fresh composition for both Global and ZETA, and I'm just really excited to see that both Deadlock versus Deadlock matchup, but most importantly as well, the Astra coming right in over here onto Ascent. Anything can happen, but of course, we get to see a lot of these lovely faces on your screen. They're raring to go. They're just having their game faces on.
Tequila is clearly subscribing to the Fnatic stretching regimen that they love to do. Maybe even got to watch Fnatic over at Riot 1.
True.
Last week, might have been there in the audience to go ahead and check them out. I know that they had the entire audience going along with them doing the stretches, but here we go. ZETA first on the defense. Barriers getting ready to drop. Crystal, Sheriff in hand.
Ooh. A lot of stars already pretty much set up the crevices of mid. They're raring to already make the cross.
Over there.
But we'll see. Leffy Dot's already there. Waiting.
Quick peek in the mid here from Honey Bunny. Looks like it's just going to be another quick little jiggle. Spots out at least onto Inari there. So continue to slow creep up. Alexi trying to poke and prod their way in towards B main. Has taken a bit of damage, down to 68. 40 in hand. Will be able to go ahead and confirm the kill. They're just going to be taken down. Honestly, not spotting out much there. And they're just going to be backing off as the ghost gets swapped out. Anybody giving themselves a better weapon at range.
Nicely done. Respecting that Bucky.
Right here.
And they slowly will creep onto that. But there is a sonic
ahead.
trap over there, so gotta be careful.
Sensor tripped.
Clear on the dart.
30
Gets to
seconds
slow
left.
up here. Still going to be this double approach, though, as Crystal gets himself into a great position, waiting for the catch here. Serena about to make first contact. Swing, and Serena wins out the fight. Lexi at the same time, though, able to find Akko, so it's just going to be a trade on the Sovas. Player advantage, though, here for ZETA Division. The spike gets brought forward into B, planted just in front of boats with 11 seconds to spare.
You do have that Gravnet
So, you know what the game
retake.
plan looks like.
Yeah, they've got Paranoia as well at the ready, so this looks like a ZETA really clean possible retake.
Be checking in from behind as the smokes come through. Paranoia goes across. Footsteps going to be heard here. We're going to try to relay this. Alexi able to find one before getting taken down. And now it's going to be Puppy all on his lonesome.
There.
Sat back. Here's the tap. Don't have a star set up to try to go for the grab. Well, just has to go for the swing. Manages to get them off the spike diffuse before it gets held to half. Swings back out, just trying to isolate. Gets the diffuser. One bullet left in the ghost. Nothing on the follow-up, and the final shot will connect. Poppy gets it done again. The clutch comes through, survives a round, and gets Global Zipto the pistol round win against the player advantage there.
You gotta love the camera works as well. After that one shot bullet clutching for the squad, he stared at the camera right after. Did a little bit of a stare down. So Poppy really enjoying his time here. It's just round number 1, and he already has able to get that 3v1 clutch.
Shadows traveling.
Let's slow off the rip here. ZETA not looking for any kind of stack death ball. As anybody on that jiggle peak, doesn't want to go for it again. Should have identified the outlaw on the opposite side, so wisely does stay tucked back. In the meantime, A-Site has been completely evacuated by ZETA, and that's exactly where Global Zipto have their eyes set to.
It's the right read.
Just taking their time, not wanting to get caught off guard.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit of a difficult retake. It's a lot of decked out weapons. Kelly S for the hero rifle. It's a very good read for the side of Global Zipto.
Crystal, and that should tell them all they need to know. Does manage to find a headshot as a parting gift. Crystal going to be knocked down to 59 HP, but trying to get the reapproach here onto the site's going to still prove to be very difficult. And Aries able to find one. Serena finishing off the enemy Sova there at the very end. Sprint forward. Lexi able to just backpedal. Shuts down Honey Bunny. He's not able to find too much there with the shotgun. Second kill. As now Akko on their lonesome, just gonna have to try to make the decision of, do I hunt for a kill or do I just wait for the spike to explode? Looks like Alexi's not going to give them the decision. They'll force it out of them, and that's gonna be a 2-0 start. One casualty here, as Global Zipto will move up 2-0 to start.
Nicely done. Lots of kills across the board. Alexi and as well as Neri. Getting a lot of frags off of that round, building up to their important ultimates. And, well, it was an eco. a valiant eco for the side of ZETA. Now this is the real deal, the real guns. So far we've gotten to see Serena land a couple of impact frags, but we haven't really seen that translate into anything just yet. Maybe this is the time, as it is a stack onto B, and mid is pretty bit 45 with that tripwire.
And now I believe being hit by Crystal. Nothing opened up with much. Now is going to try to go ahead and counter spray them out, but it's going to be Alexi and Crystal getting caught. A great little trap here set from ZETA. As Kelly S spraying across, trying to find any kind of random kill that he can get, but it's just not going to happen. It's a very solid aggression here off the rip from ZETA. They get rewarded with 2. Look very well poised to play this anti-bonus out to success.
It's gonna take a few days. Oh, ready to gone. Oop.
There they are.
Okay, well, ping out. Canary taken down. Shock dart. They're at the feet of Kelly S. Pulls him down to 81. We'll be able to push forward. Should still be able to go ahead and get the plant through, but defending the spike from here. Looking to be nigh impossible for Global Zip, though. We'll see what the game plan looks like.
30
a little bit of a setup for Sonic sensors coming through, wanting to still try to turn this around on the 2v5. Quick little dash over, just baiting out the trap. Plant now held. Tucked away. Has been an absolute demon. We'll be able to find just the one elimination. Not a flawless, but still damn clean here. ZETA Division get themselves on the board, not allowing for that bonus conversion to come through.
Yeah, they were definitely rewarded off of that very aggressive early attack, early aggression onto B main. They got 2, and it just made things so much harder. The barrier mesh as well. The stack near tree was just so challenging for ZETA, or rather for Global Zipto to do anything after that. Now they get rewarded as well. Look at this from Honey Bunny and as well as Kira. Really nicely done, and the rest is pretty much history. They're able to get overdrive as well off of that, including that neural theft as well, which will be incredibly helpful to even out the numbers here on both of these gun rounds.
Over there.
Quick chickles out, peeking in towards Cat. Nothing spotted there.
Cover going out.
Just double presence here from ZETA. Looking to occupy over at main. Papichulo on the opposite side. Just playing tucked back, waiting to see if there's going to be any aggressive push out. In the meantime, we have a 3-player push from Global Zipto, taking space here in mid.
That camera
are noted by Serena.
Yeah, that's definitely the second time that camera has been incredibly useful. Looking at mid, they can give up space off of that. They can play it off with Honey Bunny being a bit more aggressive if they want to onto mid. But information, they'll be happy about that.
Cam cleared out. A noise cut. Stars get set up here from Papichulo. Recon goes across. Does get the ping out here onto Serena. Who's just trying to tuck back over towards Boats. Tripwire gets the slow up, and Serena able to strike. And Eri going to be taken down. Global Zipto, though, running the clock. Are going to have to be committed here towards this site. Kalias rushing forward, able to find 1. Serena going to be taken down 2 still here at Boats. Trying to stabilize the spray. Can't quite make it happen. Does end up falling, but Lexi and Poppy still picking up the slack here. Neural theft. Getting the reveal, the plant coming in. The pings out, the swing out. Fidot trying to find 1, is able to make it happen, but now leaving Killa on his lonesome. 1v2, Crystal, Poppy. Spread out here on the site. Recon back available for Crystal. Shock darts as well. If he gets a sense of Killa's position, just try to flush him out or chip away at him. They miss each other. Drift back in. Head gonna be spotted. Now they know. Paranoia gonna be sent, but it's util caught in hand. Tula able to go ahead and strike, and that's going to be Global Zipto maintaining the lead, getting all the weapons out of the hands of ZETA.
Yeah, great patience from Global Zipto there, especially in the hands of Poppy onto Boathouse. They play that post plant really well. They didn't even need to use the ult coming from Poppy, and they're able to translate a lot of these weapons towards the next round. Well, just the 2. Let's see if Honey Bunny's forced to use the overdrive and make something happen. We'll see.
Set up over here at A. They do manage to force up, get this judge in hand, so a little bit of firepower to hold down this site. And now that they do have Pushka in position, allows them to go ahead and cycle these players across towards other sides of the map. And Global ZETA not looking to really take any chances, not looking to get over aggressive. They know that that's when you get caught off guard the most. As Crystal will get spotted here in mid.
Yep, playing their time, biding their time this time around. The stack from utility is going to be on B, as Serena's been doing a phenomenal job holding down these sites and making things a bit extra sweaty for Global ZETA. Even though it's a big lead for GEXP, these rounds have been incredibly clutch.
The judge they go. They line up. May as well call it a collat.
Yeah.
Kills found, wall goes up. They know that this is absolutely unassailable. So once again, a solid kill coming through here from ZETA. As Serena striking. Sheriff in hand once again. So they're putting up significant figures on Haven just yesterday. Seems like that is not going to change. ZETA looks to get themselves a thrifty win. Rifle now in hands here. Did they anticipate that Serena's actually filled space over in towards B main? That might catch them off guard here as they look to try to take the site. But Money sliding forward. Use that shorty, able to find one. Serena will get the other. And that's going to be a great reply here as ZETA pick up the round victory in basically thrifty fashion. Now close the gap down to just one.
The judge, them being very patient and not revealing any of their positions was rewarded on the side of ZETA. They're able to get that thrifty off the board, and Global ZETA, they didn't have the numbers to make something happen after that. Annihilation available for Kelly S to just minimize the numbers on towards the site, but it hasn't been exactly as explosive as we saw from Paper Rex's Ascent.
Ooh, the rush looking for the catch here off the back of the net. Kilo with a reposition, just TPs up on top of bricks. Consistently slowed here, not wanting to put the weapon away in case that flood on the site does come through. Nebula with a quick burst out. As ultimately the attempt at the rush comes up empty-handed here for GEXP. Some shots out. Lefty Dot eating an immense amount of damage. It's taking a 26. Still has the wall ready to set up.
Oh.
Sonic sensor just around the corner. Cloud burst down. The creep forward gets the slow. Keela able to find one as an airy will fall. That now infested. Lefty Dot able to find the headshot. Keela gets another as Poppy will get taken down. Crystal at 5 HP. The only one with a weapon in hand. Lexi tries to prove otherwise with that headshot off the Sheriff, but ultimately Crystal is just left with so much work to do.
30 seconds left.
Just managed to find damage. Gets the ult online, but with 5 health and a high-low stack, this is a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah.
We'll get taken down 3-3. We get tied up.
Kiera played that very, very smartly, very patient to not remove the tag off of him, and then finally creating a sound cue so that people were forced to look above when he already shrouded stepped out of there. So those little things, so they're forced to look in a completely different direction. The misdirection, if you will. ZETA really played that so patiently, so smartly, and then they just took them out one by one.
Yeah, well, that's going to force the first time out here of the map nice and early as we get tied up 3-3. Coaching staff looking to try to get them back into a solid position. Granted, you know, of course, Ascent, the pick here of Global ZETA. ZETA did get side selection, so they're trying to give themselves as advantageous of a start as they could possibly get. And I'd say that it's working a treat so far, so call needs to come through. Try to turn things around here for Global.
Yes, so far, the approach from mid to B has been a bit of a success during the earlier rounds, but once the Vandals came about, it became a bit of a challenge for Global ZETA to try and replicate the same performance. Now ZETA is just oozing with ultimates at the moment, even one off of that Hunter's Fury for Akko. So it could be a deadly round, even though it's a bit of a rifle round for GEXP, even though they're on half shields.
Once again, the Odin coming through.
Right here.
Cut away from that. Here are the Zeta players, so not leaving themselves
Deploying
susceptible. Drone does a check over towards Lumber. It does indeed. Gets the spot out, but it's a quick reposition available here for the Neon, so able to slide out of there. Camera getting some value as well. Just forces them back for the moment.
Go, go, go. Baiting out a couple of utilities. Neri. Gotta take the trip infested area. Is this low one? No, you have to destroy it. It's gonna be in double layer one at that.
This is good on Zeta to try to run this clock down, though. Mid control has been conceded. Lexi finds a critical opener there as Serena will fall. Reveal now going to be coming through. Gila trying to stay safe. The Annihilation rolling through. And with that final TP, does manage to escape and get away from it. Swings out of the smoke. A bold peek. Is able to find one, but can't quite get the follow-up. Kelly's does manage to take him down. Player advantage now here in the hands of Global. As Pink's coming across, though. Able to find one. Alexi set up at the stairs. Good for one kill, but things just get absolutely chaotic as they spill out towards the site, and Odin gets put to use to find a couple eliminations there on the back end. So timeout will work a treat. Global ZETA able to go ahead and win out the round, but by a fairly narrow margin. Still several players losing their lives there, and cash is still not well built up.
Yeah, still a pretty expensive round earlier. Able to at least convert that. They have to fear the every ultimate pretty much online on the side of Zeta Division. Really good scans coming from Akko as well, as you mentioned, but Crystal was just really there at the right place at the right time in part 2 of this Odin spam.
Love it so much. Yeah, just some neutral spam out. Akko looking to answer back in kind. Ultimately create a stalemate here in B main.
Ooh.
Cloudburst down, if he's not considering the swoop in off of that one. As Zeneri pushes up past the sonic sensor, hangs it out to their teammate. Swinging onto the corner. Oh, caught with util in hand, but the knife's not quite connecting. Honeybunny now getting involved, but an area with a follow-up peek will be able to find it with the Sheriff. Kill comes through, a 1-for-1. There's Hunter's Fury now opened up here by Akko, but Neri with another nasty hit. Takes out Keela, but eventually will be flushed out. Fury finding that value. That goes wide, not getting the catch. Since he's now set up here from below.
Revealing area.
Here we go.
3v3. Overdrive to come through. Honeybunny going to be stunned up. Kelly's just pushing up into heaven, instantly able to barrel stuff, finds that kill, but Akko quick to trade it back. Keeps the numbers even. Neural Theft now in play. Lexi and Poppy's positions are going to be noted, but because the drone's coming through, they actually don't have the Odin spray off the back of the Neural Theft reveal here. Serena now gone. Leaves just Akko on their lonesome. Drop down, revealed, gets the headshot there onto Alexi, but time is just not going to be on their side. And Poppy just playing around, knowing that they have Akko pinned in this 180 scenario. Global ZETA will be able to now move up to 5.
There's just so many layers, aside from, well, taking out the players. There's also that Astra post plant that you had to deal with, despite, you know, just in case that they were able to find that last player onto hell. Poppy still had an artillery of utility for that post plant. So Zeta Division still valiant effort. I mean, they were able to use 3 ultimates, unfortunately unable to convert. They still got the Annihilation. They've still got the From the Shadows. Money-wise, not a lot to work with at the moment.
Scrape together.
Yeah.
The Bucky in hand. I mean, this is where you would love to have that overdrive still online. Maybe another Thrifty could be in the cards here for Zeta Division. Once again, Global ZETA just looking to cut noise, play this out quietly. So they also do manage to implant Poppy over here towards that A cubby, just on the side of the orb. Poking and prodding. Actually, about to spot him out. The Nebula, the blind spray through, and manages to find them both. What a setup here from Poppy. And that's the immediate call, the pivot back over here to A. They work the spike forward through tree. Serena going to be noted there. Alexi peeking out of B main as Honeybunny, my goodness, okay, just slides forward, annihilates an area with the Bucky.
One enemy remaining.
Decent range there. But ultimately, right now, Zeta, they are getting pulled around the map. in every which way at the behest of Global ZETA. Honey Bunny will do well to come away with another elimination, but ultimately has to hold on to this Vandal. Just sprinting across.
Yeah. The economy at the beginning of this round wasn't the best to begin with, so a save will definitely save them a little bit of the trouble. But the individual prowess of Global ZETA, we got to see Poppy with a crazy transfer in the 1v2 situation. Then you've got, you know, Alexi from mid having to lurk and just be very, just a strong individual player overall, winning that 1v1. All these small parts truly leading to making sure that they're able to secure these rounds. And, you know, ZETA, it does feel like their strength on defense falls onto B. But after that full A control, and if Poppy's still alive for that post plant, it just makes things 1,000 times harder. Whew.
I mean, yeah, just getting him planted in that position. I mean, and just the 2 pumps of the Bucky. Mine does not do that at this range, and there you just see a very happy man. Just cool, calm, chilling, vibing, staying in his lane, having a whale of a time.
Oh. Let's see here.
For ZETA, though.
Yeah.
Widely leaving this A side open.
It's just one of those things, you know, retake maybe is the answer here this time around. They're already making a beeline towards heaven.
Quick wrap around here. ZETA in position for a potential flood retake. Spike still out in main, but the Cosmic Divide is going to really make this a bit more complicated here for them. Annihilation popped. Not looking for a target, but and there he is, found 2. Look at that, Serena both going to be absolutely knocked out of the park. Crystal with the Hunter's Fury as well woven in. Gets rid of Killa, and then immediately ZETA are out of the round. They had the positions, they had the setup, but as the cover of the Cloudburst ends up falling away. And there he just absolutely dominates. Honey Bunny now looking to try to find whatever value they can get. Comes up with 3, and suddenly there's an opportunity here in the round. Poppy's exited. Fast lane coming through. Peeks in over towards Wine. Nothing going to be noted. Poppy once again going to be tucked over in Cubby. Honey Bunny very well aware of this. Creeping forward. Trying to win out the fight. Trying to bait him forward. But Poppy goes with the wide swing. Stands his ground. And is able to defend. A solid effort here from Honey Bunny to go ahead and get the punish. Keep the money in control relatively. But with 2 more rounds to go. Global ZETA are looking like they found their groove from yesterday once more.
Yeah, it felt like it was incredibly doable, you know, after the 1x1, but, you know, Poppy is going to be happy about another clutch, another period onto that sentence. And ZETA Division back to eco, unfortunately. They weren't able to take advantage of the ultimates earlier as, you know, Global ZETA took them down before they're able to use it at all.
Honey Bunny sat here, a little bit of noise made on Cat, now reinforced. As Honey Bunny able to find the first tap, but Poppy swings forward, gets a headshot here along the corner, and finds the finisher as well. Onto Akko now. Will push out into mid. The remainders here of ZETA Division. Trying to see if they can find anything whatsoever, but already ZETA have found their way into the A site. Door shut. Plant imminent. Maybe if they can catch Alexi off guard, a weapon can be recovered. They're working in that direction. Serena can't quite line up the headshot, but Lefty Dot will do well to find that kill in kind, but has to waste even more time, has to rotate over, grab this weapon. Just have a little bit more firepower to try to work with.
There's so much post-plant. There's still Poppy practically alive and well.
No surprise.
Elias has the annihilation, should come down to it. Gonna push their way forward. Crystal gonna be stunned up, frantically spraying away. Eventually does get surrounded. Corralled on. Attempted the wide swing there from Killa. The annihilation gets dodged. Poppy Chulo looking to go for the Locky of play, but time has been dwindling. If you're not able to find it, gets slowed up, working his way over to the spike. Oh no, it's so damn narrow, but it's just not quite there. Nicely done here. Global able to just run the clock down. Once again, take everything out of the hands of ZETA Division, denying another round win away.
It just felt so close. Like Honey Bunny's attempt on a clutch earlier, the multi-frags, the 1v1s at the very end, but I just bought so much time, and again, there's just so much to clear. The sonic sensors, again, Poppy as well, having to remove the gravity well. There's just so many layers. There's so much fruits to peel, basically.
Yeah, this is Global's got a pretty big onion right now, and peeling back all the layers, proving to be difficult here for ZETA Division. Jump peek there from Honey Bunny, going to be able to note the steady creep up. Cam still set up, spotting out the feet. Once again, Cam just going to be cleared out. As this mid control has been a big pain here in the side of ZETA Division. Serena staying tucked back, watching over towards Market. Lexi considering the cam for a moment to check out into B main, see if there's anybody entrenched here, but instead will just be contact attempt up, but nothing spotted. They know that they have this space for free, and with market control as well, they should know that they have all these players from ZETA Division that are on this B site completely corralled in. Poppy is able to strike. Levidoc going to be taken down off the rip. Now I'm still at the ready. 3 players over here hovering around the smokes and within Boathouse. Push forward coming through. Kelly has to find one, and there he gets the other. Akko now just trying to hold their footing. Comes up with a second kill. Eventually will run low on the clip. Will get taken down. Plant comes through, and it's Keela now all on their lonesome to try to close out this final round of the half, and there's another Cosmic Divide from Papi Chulo.
Oh my, this is going to be incredibly difficult. Forced to peek, let's see.
Smoke to come through, Paranoia connecting onto Crystal, but jumps up over the top here of Crystal, who has a bright smile on his face. And Poppy's able to collect it. 9-3 at the half. Global ZETA able to find their footing and just build up this monstrous 6-round streak.
Crazy stuff. Again, after that timeout, just felt like it was just one thing after another. I thought it was going to be a ZETA win, especially B has been heavily fortified, but they were like clear things out. Crystal's expression, the confusion.
You jumped over me. Well, that's us at the half, 9-3. We'll see if ZETA can turn around when we come back. And we are back. Global ZETA in a fantastic position right now as they look to make quick work of ZETA Division here on the map of Ascent. 17-5-4 is Papi Chulo. Won't have to sigh hard. They keep calling him Papi Chulo.
Don't worry, I did the same earlier too.
Fast lane forward. Quick hit here. Attempt from ZETA Division. Anybody going to be tucked away just on the outskirts of Market. Door now going to be shut. But a triple push around the back in towards B main coming through here from Global ZETA, looking to try to gain control in area. Not able to get out there with that tailwind. Quite a bit of damage is going to be pushed out onto these players, but they're still winning out the fight here. Are Global. They're trying to tuck back. Lepidot from the side. Those backstairs. Able to find some solid eliminations. From the fighting chance. Crystal swinging forward. Will end up falling, but it's going to be Alexi to deliver the final blow. As that is going to be Global ZETA moving up now 10-3. ZETA now going to be pondering whether or not they should go for a force.
Team A.
Yeah, that is indeed going to be the question. Really nice cover, because it did feel like it could have been the isolated play, a potential clutch coming from Kira. But unfortunately, you know, Alexi was already lying there and waiting for that trade. And these pistol rounds have been incredibly deadly on the side of Global ZETA, and they seem to be continuing the trend, the storm, from what they've established over at B main earlier with a 3v3. And just cleaned up slate. There it is. A bunch of stingers on the side of ZETA Division.
Yeah, feels like you have to do it. This
Yeah.
game is just running away from you. And Poppy's still 18, 6, and 5. It's the year that Lincoln was assassinated. Nary on the peak. Second shot, able to connect. Slide forward, though. Able to find one. There is Honey Bunny, but the kills in reply out from Global Zipto are just too damn strong. Elias now pushing forward, knowing that they have this done across.
Ooh.
And Will just could be able to clean them up. Swiftly counteracted here. Our Zeta division, as Global Zipto give them no recourse, no chances whatsoever.
Yeah, there was no time to breathe at all in that round. They just immediately started a fight onto mid. They're forced to take it as well, and the Stingers weren't as effective as they were already just collabing onto mid. And now it's a Bucky on the side of Honey Bunny. Bunch of pistols, sheriffs, if you will. But Global Zipto, I think they're ready for this one. They might do a run it back onto mid.
No escape.
Nope.
Swing out. Just looking to play off the net, and that is going to cost them dearly. Kellyus and Poppy both going to be taken down here. A site wide open, and some weapons recovered, so that much more firepower now here in the hands of Zeta Division. With only Killa taking damage. She's down to 6.
Planted.
Still an opportunity as drone goes up over the top. Dart going to be coming through. Paranoia as well. Looking for the quick exit. Still some damage going to be taken. And they're able to make it out. Life still intact. Shot there from Serena. Able to find contact though. And Ari gets the finisher there onto the Omen. Swaps over onto the Sheriff. Alexi, however, going to be noted on the approach out from Tree. Now just 2 players left here from GE. Ari tagged down to 34. And at this point, it's really going to be about trying to just create damage, create value, break down this economy from Zeta where possible. The time obviously is not going to be there. Jump peaks coming up. Paco able to find 1. Crystal will fall. The players here from the side of Zeta going to try to scramble and get out to safety, but it's only going to be Serena surviving with the Marshal in hand. So overall, Global not going to be able to convert this bonus, but they still do an immense amount of damage.
Yeah, they were still able to do a bit of that mission accomplished, if you will. I mean, you know, Poppy tried his best over onto A main, but with the stack that Zeta was able to pull off, it was just too much. Getting a lot of plays off of the grab net so far for both of these deadlocks. Doing a lot of work. Now Annihilation available from Leafy Dot. And we'll see if that's going to be used anywhere on this round, as every round is literally going to count to stop this match point for Global Zipto.
In theory, should be a relative freebie here in this one, unless Crystal has something to say about it with that Guardian. It's the most firepower they have for the moment. Slow approach here, though. Looking like Zeta do have their eyes set on this B site. Just a singular tripwire in their way. Drone will lead, spots it. Check out the rest of the site. Global. They're just going to have to go for the 5-player retake here once this spike does come through and see what kind of damage they can deal. Recon will check out boats. Now Zeta knows that they have the site to themselves.
100% clear. Let's see what Global Zipto can do. It's going to be a little bit hard. There's one far lurk, though. Just trying to check Kira. If anyone's going to be coming from that angle. Everything's covered. It's going to be a CT flood, it seems.
Not many other options for it. Mary going to be leading the charge. Serena here at Lumber, able to go ahead and find 1. Alexi will pick up a kill onto Honey Bunny, but that's likely to be the final casualty. Is yep, they will just spray through the smoke, collect the elimination. So Zeta keep themselves in a good position, not allowing for a Thrifty to come to fruition. Still need 6 consecutive to run this back while stopping Global Zipto from getting up to map point.
Seem to be doing it was very clean earlier. It was the stack onto A, but this time around lots of guns and then Odin as well onto Global Zipto. They may have to be careful on this B stack, as we get to see Crystal already ready to fire.
Ready. Net coming down. There's the ping reveal, and Crystal just tears them asunder. Left it up. Anybody not even standing a chance. Serena does well to be able to find 1. The headshot through. Gets rid of KLES, but so much damage taken here in the first few seconds of the round. Now down to just 2 players remaining. Even more damage is fished for. The Odin continuing to just whittle away at these HP bars. ping reveal out, and now, I mean, 22 HP between the two of them.
Enemy mark.
This is
Enemy remaining.
definitely a hopeless situation here.
Down B.
Serena all on their lonesome will end up falling. Alexi able to go ahead, finish them off. And that is going to be Global Zipto with a decisive strike in B main, getting themselves now up to map point.
Yeah, that was just classic Odin Crystal gameplay there on that Sova. It was just beautiful pings across the board. That's basically a classic moment on Ascent, Achilleos.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Alright, well, ZETA now on their last leg. Overdrive available, Bucky in hand here for Honey Bunny. They do have a multitude of ultimates to try to work with, but so too do Global as they look to bring Ascent to a conclusion. Nothing spotted within the smoke here at A main. Just a couple pumps of the Bucky to see if they can find any kind of stray contact in the meantime. Approaching on Serena's position here are two players from Global Zipto. Looks like with a quick peek out in towards B, they'll set up that barrier mesh and back away.
They do have the right idea, but there's somebody to catch them, though, onto mid, and that's Neri. They gotta watch out for that if they try to use mid as a way to transition over. And it's just fully stacked of utils onto A, so B could be the right call if they decide to go there. But Spike's still hovering in that area.
Oh!
What?
Okay, maybe hand off the mouse it for a second from an area. Not ready for it, and it's great reaction from Akko at the same time. Reading that position, knowing the weaknesses that they've given up here on the map. Very much up and over, net at the ready. For the block office. Anybody going to be slowed up here by the gravity well. Hunter's Fury now going to be opened up. Crystal looking for targets and finds one. Levy Doc going to be taken down. Alexi now able to push forward. Finds anybody from behind. Killer trying to Poppy, but then immediately gets traded out as Alexi goes huge. 3 kills collected. Hunter's Fury used in desperation here from Akko to try to find anything, but it's going to come up shy. 2 players left. The reveal is in. Achilleos in the final swing will be able to put them down. 13-5. A dominant showing here from Global Zipto as they take map 1.
Seeing the expressions of everybody's faces, they're very satisfied about that Ascent performance once more. A very dominant performance again, similar to when they faced off against Paper Rex. It was rough at the very beginning. It felt like they had a very difficult time going through these B executes. It was all boiling down to very close clutches. And after that timeout, it felt very smooth sailing already.
Yeah, great adjustments coming through here from the Global Zipto camp. Just realigning everybody, getting them into a very strong position and barely surrendering any rounds after that. There was some solid effort, some solid fragging here from Zeta Division, but just not enough to be able to get by with a round win, so it ends up looking very dominant for Global Zipto in the end. But, I mean, Poppy, he started off the map hot and had a still incredible performance the whole way throughout. Honey Bunny, I will say, overall, great fragging here for the side of Zeta. You know, they kept trying to push in, trying to deal some damage. He was able to collect quite a many few kills off the back of moments like that. But it's good to just not be, you know, caught unawares. Good to not be too scattered, I suppose, into plays. But this is still a pretty huge victory for the side of Global, who are now 3-0 in maps here in the tournament, looking to go 4-0, be the first team with a 2-0 record in matches as well.
That's super true. That's going to be, you know, a big lead, important lead over the course of our, you know, Spotlight Series tournament for 4 days, and that's a huge momentum boost, confidence boost, especially, you know, after fighting PRX, now they're fighting Zeta. As we get to look at the stats, despite, you know, the first blood going over to Zeta just for a little bit, is that the mid rounds, again, the latter rounds, is that Global Zipto really had this big upper hand when it comes to the clutches.
I mean, you can see here, you know, 10 first kills winning out in that regard. Zeta was able to find that early value, but the mid-rounding from Global Zipto just a bit too clean. Having the right reads, having the right rotations around the map, they're able to outdo them in that regard at pretty much every twist and turn to still ensure victory. Some really good clutches throughout here from Global Zipto. And, I mean, we're going to get our first look at them in a bit when it comes down to Haven, because we haven't gotten to see that from them quite just yet. But they have the advantage still of seeing ZETA play this map versus DRX just yesterday, so they should have a decent idea of what to anticipate going into that one. 293 from our top fraggers here across both of the squads. Always love when you see that parity. But yeah, this felt like it was more a diff in the mid-rounding here and overall calling for Global ZETA compared to a fragging issue, which is kind of what we were seeing on that first map between PaperX and DRX in the opening series of the day.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, we got Poppy as well, opening the pistol round, the very first round of Ascent with a 1v3 clutch off of that almost half of a defuse. It felt very doable, but Poppy truly, you know, even at the odds, despite a 1v3, and just really, really an effective and smart player overall.
Yeah, I mean, 196 ADR, playing the Astra, not having any damaging utility. That's very, very impressive there from Poppy. So a huge performance from him. I mean, those are figures that you typically expect to see from, you know, like raises and stuff like that, where it's like, okay, well, I can get some splash damage in off paint shells, that kind of stuff, to really boost those numbers up. So you can tell just how very dominant he was being. We'll see if that's going to continue, though, as we do have ZETA's pick of Haven coming up. We'll see if they can equalize this, give us our first 3-map series, or if Global ZETA is just going to move forward 2-0. So don't go anywhere.
It's a rock and roll here, it's time to party. Every day, every year, let's get it started. Come on, get your rock and roll here, it's time to party. Every day, every year, let's get it started. Let's get it started.
time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time.
And we are back. It's now time to go into map 2 here of what could very well be the end of this series, as right now Global ZETA look to be quite dominant, able to get their victory there 13-5 on their map pick of Ascent. But how do they fare on Zeta's pick of Haven? That's what we're about to find out.
You know what I'm looking forward to? Looking forward to seeing really interesting picks. Like, I don't know, at the top of my head, maybe some Yoru action onto Haven. It's perfect to create some interesting chaoticness, if you will, as, you know, ZETA has been having a bit of controlled chaos. Might as well add in some more with the Yoru in there.
Yeah, why not? I mean, at this point, I'm all about it. We got, you know, Paper X are already prescribed to the idea of just like, let's just go crazy. Let's have fun with it. Maybe some of the other teams are going to lean into that. I think ZETA is going to be running exactly what we saw from them yesterday. True. Question is, are the performances going to be able to kind of hit that peak and then go beyond? Because we got to see a couple moments. Honey Bunny in particular on that Neon on Ascent was looking pretty damn good. But we didn't see more from the rest of the team. There was moments, but it wasn't there consistently, which is why we got to see Global, you know, widely running away with that opening map. So need to be a little bit more fired up off the rip coming into Haven. Otherwise, we could just have another 2-0 on our hands here.
Yes, that's true. It feels like it's going towards that pattern. I mean, there were, just as you said, there were signs of life. You know, Honey Bunny getting a lot of these crazy multi-frags, having to do, 1v3s on some occasions. But there was also some opportunities where they've been trying to layer a lot of these utility, play aggressive, catch, you know, Global ZETA off guard by doing that, you know, that B main play with Honey Bunny and alongside the flash, the darts, if you will. So hopefully we get to see more of that coming into Haven and, you know, force the Global ZETA to do that, to press the timeout button again, like earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, that also seems pretty scary given that when the timeout button did get pressed, it ended up being just a runaway win basically from there on out. Very few rounds surrendered off the back of that one. So we will have to just wait and see, as it looks like Agent Select is ready to go. So Haven loaded up and ready. Looks like Honey Bunny here with the Jet. As for Global ZETA, nothing too shocking. Aren't going to be bringing this Neon out while still decently strong. Has the breach there to follow up. So just that one key difference in the duelist department.
Yeah, not going to be that Neon this time, unlike yesterday. This time around, a bit more classic, a bit more familiar when we look at, you know, Haven as a whole, through its, well, I won't say inception, whatever, since VALORANT was born. Honey Bunny here, again, a lot of pressure onto him, but I'm looking forward to see his synergy with Akko, especially with this breach pick for her.
Yeah, we need to be seeing some decent trap setups here. Try to just get those stuns across so Honey Bunny can go in and collect the eliminations. But it's going to be ZETA first to start on this defense. I'm also curious to see how much they're going to be feeling bringing an AWP in on the attack here for ZETA. So we'll see exactly what that does look like. But this needs to be the turning point for ZETA to get themselves into this series and stop Global ZETA's reign of terror here at the Spotlight Series. As for now, all of ZETA clustered up in towards mid. Single tripwire set up on B. Cam out long at C. Decent deep information there for the side of Alexi. As Recon comes out, it's going to be a flash in, and it's going to be a classic rush B here off the rip. But looks like a pivot forward. No. Just space taken. Thought maybe it was going to be a full wraparound into the A site. Speaking of wraparounds, here is Global ZETA. Making their way now out into mid as well. So full trade of positions between the two teams.
Go, go, go! Shocking! Completely topsy-turvy land right now. They're just going right in.
Serena sat here backside, but Chris gets spotted. Alexi able to find the kill. Tap onto the spike as the smoke comes up. Shot dart lobbed in, gonna be going wide. Smoke getting ready to dissipate. Some shots flying. Alexi taking a forward position, able to find one binding. 3 now overall as Crystal holds down that B link, turns sights back into mid. and takes out Akko. Damn near flawless. The pass over here onto Crystal. Collecting those kills. They opt to try to go for the Hunter's Fury a little bit faster. And that's going to be another pistol take here for Global ZETA.
Yeah, they've been winning pistol rounds after pistol rounds in this entire in the series, and even yesterday, ZETA, that felt like a really, really nice effort as well. You know, Akko trying to wrap around for the second time, going onto window, but it was just a bit too late as Global ZETA already cleaned house within their perimeter. So again, another strong pistol round for Global ZETA.
Caution here.
Yep, decent buyout. As we just have the singular ghost here in the hands of Alexi. Outlaw there for Inari. Looks like they're going to go on a push down in through sewer.
Oh.
Nothing spotted quite just yet. Just linger here with the smoke. But there's a push out, and there's the collab. They're able to find one relay bolt. They're going to cover the retreat, and it will work a treat here for them. Stun out as well, just slowing up these players, and immediately ZETA are out of the round. Push forward, knows exactly Lefty Dot's position. Looking to slide and try to get the no-scope, but Alexi will wrap around from the back, ensuring that they all survive. Flawless follow-up here in the anti-eco, as Global ZETA still looking fired up.
Yeah, and Neri is able to escape, even greed a little bit after the first shot, despite it, what, 2 extra members popping out of the smoke. You've got Kelly, yes, onto B, ready with the fault line as well for that big backup. So I can really see why they want to just stick around onto A, use it as some sort of catapult or anchor, and just move through there, probably set up a grouped up flank if they do take C or B.
Big pivot here. 4-player stack now. Global ZETA poking and prodding around A, but nothing going to be noted. So it looks like the call to make a fast rotate has been sounded here, as they're going to work their way across. But for now, that does leave Alexi on her lonesome here. Making their way down through garage. Cam gets set up. Has to get cleared because they have to backpedal, but smoke is starting to dissipate. Cyber Cage, that timing there from Serena ends up meaning that she can't quite find the punish. So Alexi gets out scot-free, and Crystal finds 2 as the Hunter's Fury comes across. Killa, Honey Bunny, both going to be taken down, and things are now an absolute disaster for ZETA. Serena eventually able to find that headshot. Alexi does get taken out. Somehow it does not get caught by those outlaw shots, but the push in out of garage ends up delivering the eliminations. And with 3 players left standing, Global ZETA are going to get the bonus conversion. A decisive, cohesive strike. One that ZETA is just not really prepared for.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Crystal with a Hunter's Fury, just maximizing that ultimate off the board, getting 2. Yeah, and he gets 3. He's suddenly off of garage, rather. Crazy stuff.
An insane amount of value. And 2 more charges added on top of the Hunter's Fury here. Looks like ZETA at least going to be waiting 1 more round. Give it the thrifty attempt here with the full Sheriff purchase before calling a timeout. They're all still at half armors aside from Honey Bunny, which means that this outlaw from Inari can still find an immense amount of value.
That's indeed a question. If they're able to get a pick off of here, but the angles, they're not really giving anything off at all. Not even peeking through window, unless...
Oh, Serena able to find 1. Honey Bunny dodging around that Phantom Spray. They lose out on Lefty Dot, but that's still going to be a massive trade up and a weapon recovered. Now 2. And Serena's able to go ahead and scoop the Vandal.
Here.
Fake on the TP. Suspecting that they're going to be lingering within the smoke, but the spike still gets planted all the same. Shock dart in at Akko's feet. Littles are down to 62 HP. Follow-up not really finding much. Serena waiting to strike. Does so. Inari gets their head taken off. ZETA pulling off the thrifty would very much turn this map on its head. Looking for the ping reveal. Nothing to be found there. Fault line at the ready. Sent. They pull back away. Serena with the 3rd. And now Crystal just jumping away, trying to hold on to the weapon. Cuts noise, keeps it quiet, slinks his way out in towards mid. Where eventually we'll be able to hold this weapon. ZETA not going to be able to spot him out, so weapon will be saved, it would seem. Unless it's pushing to mid. That's costing him. It looks like he's not going to be found at all. So a thrifty as ZETA get themselves on the board. Akko, though, will fall right at the very end.
Nicely done, Serena. Really, a lot of high impact frags over at that round. Able to pick them off 1 by 1, just breaking off the position of this retake. There's just 3 pretty much left. Again, she has been pretty much assigned off of that off of Garage constantly. Earlier it didn't work out so well, but this time around it was just massive. Now Global Zipto, Neri has that operator. They gotta watch out for that from Garage.
Darting the sewers off the rip. Crystal alone here on the A site. Looks like Zeta very wary about another big stack up here at the A side. Mary thinking about going on a peek here. Gun barrel. Maybe just a pixel spotted here. Hard to tell, given the silhouettes. Either way, sights are dialed in on this position. Poppy, though, able to open things up a bit as Serena does get forced away.
Not gonna challenge that anymore. On A.
Sights now turned over towards A. Crystal about to collide here with Serena. The swing out, the instant headshot found. No damage suffered here by the Silva on the side of Global Zipto.
Shot down.
Backs away and finds Keela as well, trying to look down into the sewer. Honey Bunny able to open things up a little bit, coming away with 2 kills. Levy out with another, but now it's just he on his lonesome, trying to turn the tides of this one. The slide forward to play distract. And there he draws the attention. And will now pass this ult charge over. Crystal with another Hunter's Fury getting ready to come online. Oh, no, they opt to go for the overdrive instead. Wanting, I suppose, an area to have something as a backup, given that they are going to be running this opera. So it has something in case they do get corralled upon. But either way, it's Global Zipto 4-1.
Crystal just comes out at the most unexpected angles. They definitely did not expect them to come out pushing off of sewers and then getting several frags. It does feel like they're just leading them on inside a trap for Crystal to strike, and they just when the opportunity strikes.
You say opportunity. And I'm looking at 2 ops here. And Serena is going to be bringing one forward. Stay on the side. That's why they set up here over towards sewers. No one spotted in this position as Anari is upping the pace. Tripwire is there. Paranoia crashing across will go ahead and stave them off. That is all of C as well as Garage in control here from Global Zipto. An immense amount of space in their hands. Lucky now at the ready as wisely will send out that drone confirming the position here of this shotgun. That sends everybody now drifting in towards A, but they still haven't reinforced this position for Global Zipto. So we do get to just spot out Alexi on their lonesome here on the site. And that could end up being costly. The rotations have not come through, and they've already been noted here in heaven.
Let's see. Alexi's able to slow this down. Not going to risk it. Just going to retake S5 as the better option. But this will give time for post-plan position here.
Fault line at the ready. Lexi tucked in the corner, smoke coming down, cutting off vision here from Serena. The reveal onto 1. Lexi able to capitalize. Kilo going to be taken out. Hunter's Fury sent here from out looking for a target as an area. Ends up falling to the aftershock. Poppy pushing forward to flush these players out of hell, but is unable to do so. Kelly S. The second attempt though. Will find 1. Looks for the second. Goes for the readjust, but cannot make it happen. Crystal now. Last one standing. Will just swap over for the op, but is likely to be caught as Akko just goes ahead, sends out that smoke, but Shorty in Crystal's hands will be able to put it down. So he'll survive, hold on to the operator into the next round, but Zeta will be able to find their second win.
Get the consolation prize of getting at least that operator safe for the next, but at the end of the day, Zeta is able to convert. Really nice post plant again. I guess it was a bit surprising with the information that Global Zipto was able to acquire, that they were able to, you know, maybe lag a little bit behind when it comes to the rotation. But at the end of the day, Zeta had really good post plant. They were able to take them down one by one, and they were able to settle with their current positions onto A.
I do have a critical advantage in the Rolling Thunder being online as well as in relative here. As knives are going to be popped. Recon taking out onto 1, and knives get a little bit of damage there onto an Airy, but the shot just too clean.
Beautifully done.
Trying to figure out where they want to position their own operator, see if they can get a re-peek potentially out of this neon. But this makes things a hell of a lot more difficult for Zeta.
Oh yeah. The choices are a bit minimal now. Setups onto Garage and C as well for their Cypher. And then there he gets a second kill at that.
Yeah, that's Gets the op on the floor now. Keela, slow creep up, but now noted. Just trying to hug that wall, but not looking over towards Platt. It's getting picked up. And for Zeta, this is where you'd like to try to call for a save, but instead it's just the crisp cleanups coming through. Alexi upgrades the Stinger, and it's a flawless as Global ZETA just continues to deny Zeta getting any kind of consecutive round wins. Cash now for Zeta Division, a bit all over the place.
Yeah, it's the value off of this operator. Falling in one by one, trying to identify. Did Neri rotate somewhere else to utilize this operator? No, Poppy enough on platform there to get a lot of these, be the Guardian onto C. And not just, as you said, economy a bit in shambles here for Zeta, and they have to wait another round to use this Rolling Thunder.
Unless they can get themselves into a decent position for a Thrifty. They pulled one off earlier.
True.
To get that first round win, so maybe with a couple big kills coming through, they can maybe get into a spot where committing those ultimates doesn't feel nearly as bad or as risky. Slow push up into B. There's 3 players here from Global ZETA ready to try to stave this off. Poppy as well here on Platt. Tucking back, pulls away from Garage. Alexi just around the corner of the box. Shot scoped in. Look for the kill here, but now Kelly is striking from backside. Comes away with 2. They do lose out on Alexi, but not before she's able to find Akko. Time numbers just not quite on their side, but Keela, okay. Comes away with 2. Regen shield to kick in. Not much health to speak of. Just 30 here, active at the moment as he's still going to go for the TP in towards spawn. And Neri has not read this at all. Once again here in the Thrifty, Zeta put themselves in a fantastic position.
And they've got the health to do so, to hold this as well. Doesn't even need it. Kiro with a 4K.
Unbelievable, living up to the name there. Killa coming away with a monstrous round. Gets the 4K. The TP I thought was absolutely going to go punished, but it seems like the call, the expectations from Global was just going to be a teleport directly into a site for the plant, not reading that he was going to be arriving right there in that defender spawn.
This is a nice spot.
Comes away with a huge round as once again Zeta get themselves on the board with a bit of a thrifty performance and still now have that Rolling Thunder, but 4 ults are available for Global.
Yep, they got their own Rolling Thunder in as well. They're now a bit aggressive here onto a window and even pushing through B. Maybe trying to find an early pick, but Zeta Division also has the same idea, trying to creep in, trying to find a pick.
There's the flash out, aftershock in an airy space. The spam coming through is Hunter's Fury going to be committed to. Crystal able to find one as Akko gets taken down, and Poppy up on top here at B side. Gets rid of Lefty down. Now Kelly S gets a piece of the pie. Op with its presence will be made known, but Honey Bunny's only got 5 health.
Cage triggered.
Serena able to lurk forward into Garage, but sights turned back here into mid. Will lose her head as that is just going to be the cleanup coming through. 6-3 once again. Global just not allowing for Zeta to get that momentum build up.
That does feel like always this one single round this for the start of a potential momentum for Zeta, but then Global Esports, they just take them on. They know that they're probably stacked up onto window, and that they're just so ready to take these multi-duels, if you will. They're not really afraid to start a brawl, and they always come up on top in the end.
Well, now the timeout call here from Zeta. These Thrifties have been good. They've been able to stir up some chaos, but that consistency is just severely lacking here for the moment. For every round win, they give away 2 more to Global. Needing to find their footing, run this back as much as humanly possible. And it is attacking side on Haven, so that hurts a little bit more as well to see that they haven't been able to piece together a couple more wins. Still potential to turn this into a 6-6 half, but we need to start seeing the overall vision here for the team come together, and it needs to start now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the attacking side.
Aha. So, timeout call into a minor tech pause. Last one was nothing serious or significant, so
Yeah.
hopefully very much the same.
Yeah, the air quote curse you mentioned for yourself was but okay earlier, so yeah.
It's I feel like this has been happening to me. It's starting to reach outside of the game for myself.
Oh no.
Because just yesterday I got back from a 3-day snowboarding excursion.
Oh.
And pretty consistently got on the lifts, and then the lifts ended up getting stopped. So pretty much every time I got on a lift with one of my friends, we had to have the lift stop for a little bit of time, which is always frustrating when you're trying to get to the top of a mountain and it's
really cold.
freezing cold.
Yeah. Wow.
But you know, that's why you buy good gear so you can keep yourself warm. But it was a little bit frustrating. But that's more human error rather than tech issues.
Right.
Because, I mean, if the lift breaks, that's like the worst thing you can have.
That is scary.
But
Yeah.
normally it just stops because somebody's new, and they fall when they're trying to like slide off the end of the lift at the top of the mountain.
How cold are we
Make sure
talking
that's
here?
cleared out.
Yeah. Yeah. How cold are we talking here, Achilles?
I assume you deal in Celsius and not Fahrenheit. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's pretty much only America that deals in Fahrenheit at this point. About -8.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yep. That is cold. Especially I'm from the Philippines, so that is
Yeah, I was
quite the
going to
number.
say you're a little bit further south than we are here, so it's
Yeah.
considerably warmer where you're at year round.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. We're at what?
But-
30 degrees Celsius?
30 Celsius right now.
I think so.
That's-
I assume that's been the norm for the Philippines. No matter even if it's raining.
horrendous.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
I mean, the summers here in Korea, as all of the other global casters
That's
got to
true.
learn, is misery.
Mm-hmm.
But you get like both sides of it. So you get like 30-something degree temperatures with heavy humidity in the summer times, and then you get frigid cold during the winters, especially if you're going up into the mountains. So a little bit more seasonal play, but I'm very much a winter guy. I like where I can put on more layers to stay warm rather than run out of layers to take off to try to stay cool.
That makes so much
the
sense.
summer is just absolutely miserable for me.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show that opposites attract, because like my wife is very much a summer gal and I am a winter boy, and we both have very different expectations of what we should do during the seasons. Because I'm like, let's go snowboarding. She's like, I don't want to get cold. And then in the summer she'll say, let's go to the beach. I'm like, I am the palest thing in the world and I will sunburn immediately.
That is so cute. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. It's it is both are the best, but I feel like, winter, I feel like there is more of a solution to work with if it's winter. I don't know, but that's just me as well.
It just, you can, I guess you can survive both ends of the spectrum. It's just, you just have to spend a little bit of money. In the summertime, it's spending money on air conditioning and your electrical bill. And then in the summer, or in the winter, it's spending money on, like goose down jackets and stuff like that, so you don't feel cold.
Yep, pretty much. That's so true. Oh yeah, I remember, I think the first time that we met was on a VCT Pacific LCQ. I was there to support Team Secret when they went up against ZETA, actually.
Right.
Yep. And it was summer. It was incredibly hot in Seoul. I remember.
That was a hell of a match between the two. But it looks like everything's taken care of. The timer's ticking down. But yeah, that was a good time. That was the return of the Laz chamber.
Yep. And Lotus.
So brutal, I know, for Team
Yes.
Secret.
Yeah. Yep.
But as all the Team Secret fans know, I don't care because I can't cheer for them. It's illegal for me to do so now.
Yeah.
It looks like we are underway.
Yeah. Oh, Neri.
Oh, and they're just pushing right into an Eri. A little bit of delay on the shot as well, but still able to find the kill unpunished. Relay bolt, fast lane set up, and Neri trying to get out of there, but good arrival from Lempy Dot. Has managed to find a punish. Rolling Thunder now crashing across. Alexi, though, but by the very vestiges of that ultimate, is able to escape. It's out towards safety. Big advantage here still for the side of Global, but site taken. in favor. Rolling Thunder crashing across, however, will interrupt the plant, so Spike not down. Everybody pushed out. Serena with that AWP in hand, however, able to bring this back to parity. Now at 3v3.
Still have time to rotate to A if they want to. With 50 seconds on the clock, now we get to see Crystal rushing by to A to make it.
Has arrived, is nearby. Cloudburst not going to get spotted, and he's able to swing ahead of that fault line, but quickly traded out, so still into a 2v2. Serena peeking in. A little bit of a jiggle peek there into heaven. Serena dialed in on the angle. Spotted out. Does manage to nail the flick. Poppy trying to get that headshot. Ends up connecting there to the chest. So kill not found. Alexi now on their lonesome. It seems like that timeout from forever ago may be working, but maybe it's a cast of curse. Alexi brings it now into a 1v1. Cam on the setup. The swing in. Spots it! And Alexi will get it done. A huge clutch. 3 kills to deny that round win away. There's so much waiting. Op recovered as well. 7-3 now. Global Zipto still maintaining a chokehold here on this map.
Yeah, you gotta love how that round started with a Neri from Zipto and it ended with Alexi with a massive clutch to win that round in a 1v2. And Crystal again having to rush right in to just even out the odds in a 2v2. And at the end of the day, Lexi with a clutch, gonna be satisfied about that one. Now it's 7-3, and Operator, just as you said, has been recovered.
Mary's immediately posted up there in garage, so it looks like it's gonna be a full 5-player send here from Zeta Division towards C site. Smoke up onto the garage. Make money on the entry. Gets posted up here, top site. Keela spams into garage and does manage to come away with a kill. And Neri gonna be taken down. Op now out of the mix. As well as that neon on the relay bolts that come with it.
Let's see here, though. They got lots of utility to slow this down. Looks like the post plan is going to be on site itself.
Crystal noted, but the flash timing catches on the Honey Buddy as soon as the swing comes through. He's able to collect the kill. They're on the trip, but immediately opening up here are Zeta Division. Answering back as Poppy and Alexi going to be taken down, but Crystal quickly able to reply alongside Kelly S. 2v2, HP bar is not in their favor, and Zeta Division will be able to get it done. 7-4, potential for a 7-5 half. Global will be out in front no matter what, but Zeta will be finding their footing a little bit. Question is, can they get back-to-back rounds?
It does feel like Zeta Division's approach to having more faster execute onto these sites, especially if it is the site that only has Alexi on it, to pull back and do a 5-man retake onto C has been working out in their favor. Although this time around they might consider going to A, but that's going to be where Neri is going to be.
Slow up there on that fault line. Recon ping's not going to connect, but no one caught forward here in the lobby, so everybody from Zeta able to drift out. Now start pivoting towards B. Seems like they're uncertain if anybody's gotten positioned forward here in mid. Neri in the meantime, waiting on the angle. Smoke cycled through, and immediate pull off here as Hunter's Fury is going to be opened up, and Neri able to catch Honey Bunny here as the chaos ends up just ensuing, scattering these players across the board. Serena down to 70. Keela again the TP forward. Poppy spotting it though. Gunbarrel does get noted. Neri in the meantime continuing to push. Slides forward, but Lavidatas managed to come away with that kill, keeping their life intact for the moment. Akko pushing out. Does get the Guardian shot stabilized. Taking down Kelly S. 3v2 though. Zeta quick pivoting across towards C. The Cypher setup still there. Trips the cam. The whole 9 yards ready to go.
It's going to be a little bit difficult without your controller alive, so they really need to play the isolated fights perfectly. But if they're going to be coming from long at this point, this might be a bit tricky as they're planting towards long.
The drone to check. There gets the tag. Aftershock still ready. Going to be sent here. Try to slow up the approach from Crystal in garage. In the meantime, Poppy, Alexi working their way forward here at C. HP bars so very dwindled, but the headshot connects. Akko down now to 4. Regen shield comes back up. Crystal, just a brief little moment, was spotted. Now it all falls down to Akko, and she can't quite manage to steady it. A shot whizzing past Crystal's ear, but it's not enough to kill. 8-4 will be the half as Global Zipto maintain control.
Really nicely done by Global ZETA here. They were very calm, unfazed by, well, them going to the opposite side of the map. And you gotta love how Inari was moving towards, you know, amongst the chaos there with both Hunter's Fury activated. And then she maneuvers through that entire A main.
Well, that is going to be the break here. We'll see you guys on the opposite side of this, see if ZETA can run this back. Eight and 4 is the score. Global ZETA out in the lead. ZETA going to be looking for a pistol win to try to start turning things around. But as you can see from the score lines, Global has been at a solid advantage the whole way throughout.
Oh yeah, especially pistol rounds. They've been extra confident. Let's see though.
Slow creep up. Bit of a death trap set here in Garage. Here at the moment, but now striking. Kelly is able to find the headshot. Looks to try to dip away. Lefty Dot on the pursuit. Can't quite make it happen as Kelly will be able to find a second elimination. Alexi at the same time. Pushing forward into C. Peels off another kill as Killa will be taken down. And Akko now falls to the wayside. Serena suddenly all on their lonesome. The push forward. Finds one. Trying to separate. Trying to isolate. But is being pinched from every single angle. Global ZETA working like a pack of pot of orcas. Just isolating and ripping their targets to shreds.
That's terrifying. Oh my word. It's that is the best description because it was supposed to be a ZETA death trap and Global ZETA practically dismantled that entire setup and they were forced ZETA was forced to make something out of it, but at the end of the day it's Crystal and Kellyus able to take advantage of all that jazz. Now back to Global having to get a very big advantage. Now they're just rushing in.
They both sent fault line coming through though. So the approach, Killa just tucked here alongside the smoke, and it looks like with that, that's more than enough for Global to want to try to pull back away. But Killa gets tagged down to 10. Still try to push their luck here, but eventually Crystal will be rewarded with the elimination. So we're now alone on the site. For a brief little moment, does get joined in here by Akko, but it's just classics in hand. Push forward, shots sent, the swing coming through, but it's just too much of a target-rich environment here. As Neri will just go ahead, stabilize the movement, gets the follow-up shots across. They're not going to try to grab the orb, but the plant is already through, cannot get it. No consolation prize, no participation award, it would seem.
Practically a bit trapped too.
They're just fanned out, but they know exactly where Left Dot is. Just really seeking target, and Crystal will find it. The onslaught continues as Global ZETA get themselves up 10 to 4.
3 rounds away, and we've seen Global win anti-bonus rounds before. And Neri, again, really confident with a lot of these slides onto the Neon. Just becoming a menace of a target. And so far, so good for Global. ZETA now on their buy rounds. Not close to any of their ultimates. Very far, in fact. But Crystal, though, after getting a lot of these frags, so 3 left for him.
dangerous score. I mean, 3 Hunter's Furies in that previous half. If my count is correct.
Yep.
Looking for even more here. As, oh, Hila maybe spotting a toe out of place there. Is able to find the kill. I'll be able to answer one back as Serena gets taken out. 2 players still set up here on the site. Quick tuck back as the reveal comes in. Jump up onto Plat, and Crystal is ready for it.
Right here.
A 23rd kill now, locked in.
The lurk, though, coming from Alexi.
Waiting, seemingly read here by Lefidana, or at least is just cautious of some presence in mid. And Global are kind of pinned into this side, or at least they may feel like they are a little bit. Still have the trip set up at A, so they know that there hasn't been a forward push out of that direction. As he's now going to start pivoting back in towards B. Might be walking right into the trap, and yes, they have. Alexi strikes, finding one. Kelly is going to be taken down. Akko able to find an elimination there. 38 seconds remaining. Looks like they're going to try to go for a bit of a backpedal.
One enemy remaining.
Meanwhile, Alexi springs the
30
second
seconds
trap.
left.
Kill is found. They're expecting a pivot back over towards this A side. Now kind of reading it.
They're dead.
We'll just pull back in towards C. Spike doesn't need to be planted. It's going to be 11-4. Global ZETA unrelenting. Cash for ZETA. Very much absent.
Here.
Yeah, that was the bonus that they really badly needed to win, to really survive not only this map but the series. And Alexi had a high impact off of this round, just being a nuisance on B, and they were definitely rewarded. And now back to Sheriffs. We've seen Thrifties before from ZETA Division, but the state of global ZETA right now, it's so scary.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've pretty much seen almost exclusively Thrifties from ZETA Division
Right.
around Haven. But it's just been great adaptation from Global ZETA to not allow for those Thrifties to lead to anything else. ZETA still has not won any consecutive rounds. They've all been broken apart. Let's see if they can find that magic again here with the Sheriffs. Only Honey Bunny with a classic on the side of ZETA.
Right here. Revealing
He wants to try to get an operator online in the next round.
This way.
Cam and Trip going to be cleared out fast lane in case there's anybody present there in window. Global, they deny away some information. Now they just stay tucked, slowly getting ready to creep their way over. Drone going to be coming through, but here comes the swing. Lefidot puts some damage onto Crystal, but cannot find that kill. Now once again, Global continue to play around with the map, knowing that they're gonna have pulled attention towards that A site to get themselves up into B, where Neri is able to strike, taking down Akko.
Beautiful rotations here from Global ZETA. Now the positions are in shambles. All they have to worry about is Kira.
Kira was looking damn good here with that Sheriff. So finds one. Paranoia goes across, and Neri gonna be caught. The push forward. Honey Bunny arriving in from behind, still to find the kill. The fuse held to half. Honey Bunny left on their lonesome. Down to 60. Tap the spike. The smoke fading. Poppy swinging out, finding the headshot. Close but no cigar here from ZETA Division. That Thrifty not able to come to fruition as Global ZETA get themselves up to match point.
This map for Global ZETA has been incredibly dominating so far, and that was one of the plays where they're just trying to puppeteer the entire map, leading their rotations off of certain areas so that Global ZETA had more and more space. And now Honey Bunny, just as you said, saved up for the operator. One orb for that knife. We'll have to see.
Needs to make it count. He's got multiple targets coming their way. Drone try to spot out. Tucks back behind Plat. Hunter's Fury coming straight at him. Almost drifts down into it. Takes the tailwind out to safety. Still has eaten a decent amount of damage. Once again, is trying to get into position as the dart goes in towards back sight. Shorty at the ready, lingering here within the smoke and area. Taken down, Keela finding one, but Crystal answering back in kind. Alexi now dropped. Rolling Thunder crashing across, connecting onto damn near everyone here on ZETA Division. And Crystal, despite being stunned up, is able to find one more. Up now on the floor, 3v3. Spike not yet planted, but ZETA corralled in the back of sight in a dangerous spot. The shock dart does not connect. Full flash connecting. Serena unable to get away from it. Poppy finding one, finding two. It all falls down to Akko, and Crystal is hungry for it and will find it. 3 more kills here on the end. Dominance at Global ZETA coming away 2-0 once again. Our only team that is also 2-0 in series.
What a lead for Global ZETA here in the Spotlight series. And again, Neri had a very beautiful performance here onto Haven with this Neon. Just very confident, a lot of trust onto the utility, especially when Sewers was the play. But we also have seen some moments from Serena onto Garage having to pick people one by one off of Global ZETA. But just as you said, it's thrifties and no consecutive round or momentum buildup for the side of ZETA Division.
Huge performances across the board here from Global. Very much the front runners of the tournament. And I believe, you know, with one more match, they've basically all but confirmed their position in the grand finals. We'll have to see how things transpire there tomorrow, but for now, this is a very dangerous squad. ZETA, unfortunately for them, just unable to really get the ball rolling to make this as tight-knit as we were kind of seeing from them yesterday. Seems like Global were able to do their research on that Haven and get a really solid idea of how ZETA was going to try to push and pull around the map. They counteracted it beautifully.
Yeah, they were just adapting on the fly constantly, that it really kept ZETA Division on their toes. And it felt like it was just constant adaptation over adaptation, and Global ZETA is just so clean overall. And when we look at the stats, it's just a staggering lead over the first skills as well.
Yeah, I mean, 13-4 in rounds, 13-4 in first kills.
Oh, yeah.
Is basically just get advantage, win the round. I mean, ZETA, decent to get the thrifties, but at the end of the day, that's half of their round wins. And they weren't able to get any kind of consecutive victories coming through. So every time it felt like they were starting to get some momentum back on their side, Global ZETA was able to just go ahead and snuff that flame out very swiftly.
Yeah, it just, there were so many rounds that just felt like it was coming by so quickly or over in a blink of an eye. It was multi-frags, multi-names just being seen at the top of your screens. And of course, we got our MVP, Crystal. Just as you said earlier, Achilles, he had so many Hunter's Fury in that game.
It was, I mean, nasty performance here from Crystal. This is the kind of, performance that you really do expect from him, but then there was a little bit extra on top, dropping over 400 ACS as a Sova here on Haven. 282 damage per round. That is insanity. That is actually nuts. 1.6 kills per round as well, overtaking what we were seeing from Something when he was playing Reyna versus DRX earlier on Ascent. This was the actual raid boss performance here. This was disgustingly good from Crystal.
Yeah, he was definitely on a mission. Again, there were so many rounds where it felt like you didn't know where he was going to be coming from.
Yeah, no, fantastically done here. And we're actually going to go ahead and hear from the man himself. So Crystal is going to be joining us here for a little post-match interview. Crystal, hello and welcome. As congratulations on the win. Just to go ahead and start things off.
Hello,
thank you.
Crystal.
Okay, let's just get straight to it. So yesterday I was told that, Alexi kind of said that the team didn't have that much time to prepare or to scrim. Seemed like kind of one day of practice coming into this, but you guys have looked so dominant in both matches so far. How has that come together so quickly for you? Is it just would you say that that's the players and just how good they are? Is it the coach? Is it everything in between? What do you think is the cause for the success here?
I think it's all together because we have like very good atmosphere in TeamSpeak. It's very good, and our coach help us what we can do. He tell us before match like our plan, and we can do what he tell us before. That's all. And like everyone in our team in this tournament good player, so for us it's not problem. I think do what our coach tell for us.
Awesome. That's really awesome stuff, honestly. And it really just shows the preparation and like the coach's guidance in a lot of your plays. But I wanted to ask, Crystal, how does it feel to play with an almost all Filipino squad?
I think it's same like in practice because we like in our team like also 3 Filipino guys, so
right.
It's same for me, yeah.
Same old, same old. Right.
how have the vibes been with all of them? Because I mean, you know, we typically see that, especially from the Filipinos here in VCT, they're very much a fun-loving crew. Is that been your experience as well?
Yeah, in our atmosphere, our vibe is so fun. Yeah, it's very fun to play this tournament for me. Like, good experience, very good experience.
So you guys are almost locked in for the grand final. You have DRX coming up tomorrow. Do you expect that it's just going to be more 2-0s because you guys look really far ahead and DRX lost today? Or do you think that maybe that's going to be a little bit tighter of a series?
So hard to expect because, you know, Valorant, it's game like one day you can play good, one day you can play bad. So hard to expect what's happened tomorrow. Let's see tomorrow what will happen.
All right. Do you have any message to DRX tomorrow?
Yeah,
see you tomorrow, guys.
All right. A man of very few words, short and simple to the point. I like that. But, I mean, to your point, it feels like you're having nothing but good games. This was a huge performance from you. You know, even yesterday you were able to get that Sheriff Ace versus PaperX and have a really dominant showing there on that Ascent. And you come in here dropping over 400 ACS. Like, I don't know. I'm sure you looked at your own statistics, but this was a nutty performance from you with your like 282 damage per round. So if you're going to have more of that in the tank for tomorrow, then if I'm DRX, I think I'll be shaking in my boots a little bit because this is pretty scary.
Thank you. Yeah.
No problem. Riku, you got anything else here before we let him go? Go celebrate the win?
Well, honestly, I'm just a little curious about like how does the mood when it comes to comps? Is it a bit serious or is it for like joking around here and there? What is it like?
I think first map, like first round, mood more serious, but after we already feel we can win without problem. Like if you feel all good, so it's more fun already.
Oh, I love that. I love that. First map, feel it a little bit, but then when you get comfortable, that's when you can relax a bit more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back tomorrow when you go up against DRX. Best of luck to you in that series, and from there, perhaps we'll see you in the grand final as well. So thank you for joining us, Crystal.
Thank you.
But, damn, another very fast day here at the Spotlight Series. More 2-0s to be found. That map 3 still eluding us, and maybe at this point, we might not see it until the grand final, where it's guaranteed.
That's true. When it's an actual BO5, it has been very dominating for a lot of these series. 2-0. I mean, some of them were pretty close, especially during day number 1. But I mean, who knows? There's still the third day.
It still absolutely is, but, you know, and I'm sure we're going to get that schedule up here in just a moment. But first, we'll take a look at the leaderboard. We've got ZETA way out in front, 2-0 in series, 4-0 on maps. In the round differential, no one is even close. It's 30 round differential. DRX has 3. Like, this is an insanely dominant run from them here in the Spotlight Series. And I don't know if that is actually going to be brought to an end. DRX have their work cut out for them and not that much time to prepare. But here's our matches for tomorrow, where the action will continue. PaperX versus Zeta Division off the rip. Then we'll get a look at that series of DRX versus Global ZETA to see if anybody can stop them, or if Global is just going to be able to maintain a perfect run. If they can get a 2-0 tomorrow, they're going to be 6-0 in maps going into a grand final, and maybe just can continue to blow everybody out of the water from there. I mean, they could just end this tournament 9-0.
Yeah, honestly, that feels like a very ZETA thing to do as well, to have to dominate, you know, the group stages into the grand finals.
Well, that is it for us here today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Myself and Riku will be back tomorrow to guide you guys through those final 2 best of 3s here in the group stage. So make sure you tune in, same place, same time. We'll see you then. And Riku, thank you for being here alongside me. Look forward to seeing you guys back here tomorrow.